Cowabunga, Razor Force, and we are in full Razor Force here tonight. I am, of course, your intrepid host, RazörFist, alongside Mr. Terran, as always. Say hello, sir.
Cowabunga.
And one more, ladies and gentlemen, Raphael. He's the leader of the group. No, not really. It's Tactical Hobo. Say hello to the kind people.
Let's kick some shell.
Yes, and he's actually here in person, so we're having a fella's night, and we are going to go ahead and play some classic Ninja Turtles action multiplayer on the TMNT Cowabunga collection. You know, Konami has taken a metric shitload of shit from the fans for a long time, right? They did good on this collection, though. You have to give them props when they do something well, guys. They fucking knocked this collection out of the park. This is not just every single game. This is every single game and every single regional variant of that game and online multiplayer and local multiplayer and all thrown in with extras and mods and fucking it's amazing. So if you'd switch to that, sir, let's go ahead.
Can I just hit the capture card button here? Is that what that's for?
Yes, I believe so.
Hey, it is.
Here we go.
Shame.
Of course, I also have to unmute it.
I'm not a big fan of the new animated intro they did, but...
Well, that's... How did you like the Shredder's Revenge one that they did?
Not a big fan of that either,
okay.
Honestly. It was okay.
All right,
how
guys. We sounded?
So, this is just insane. There's so much shit. They got every box and manual from all these games. They got fucking ads. They got strategy guide pages in here from the 80s and 90s. Comic books? What the fuck?
Damn, April is flat. Really? Is that the first thing you notice?
Holy shit! They got all the covers of the... Oh, that is awesome. Including the variations for the reprints, which, by the way, I love that cover. They wound up using it for the first TMNT on NES.
Yeah.
Some of those wraparound covers that Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird painted when they were starting to learn how to airbrush and whatnot, that's literally why they did it. They were, like, trying to learn new things as artists. Some of those. This one right here is a wraparound. Look at this fucking gorgeous thing. There's a couple of those. There's a really good one later on. I forget which issue it is where it's Raphael versus, like, Shredder.
Wise man say forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price for late pizza.
This one right here is fucking amazing. That's a wraparound, though. I don't know why they don't show the whole thing. Yeah, there's a few of these. Oh, man. These are hot. Sorry, this old art is just fucking awesome.
It's amazing. Look at this.
Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird are such underrated artists, and I love Kevin Eastman. I think Peter Laird might be an even better artist, and it's a shame he hasn't regularly drawn anything in a long time. He's pretty much retired. Kevin Eastman, by the way, is doing the covers of the new IDW TMNT run, and he's like the only reason to buy those comics. Let's be real. He's got nothing to do with plotting out the stories anymore. That fucking cover is by my favorite TMNT artist on planet Earth, A.C. Farley. Nobody drew better Ninja Turtles than that guy. Nobody. And this is the classic. This is the Michael Zulli, incredibly dark Turtles story. I don't even know how to describe it. It's set in like feudal Japan, and the Ninja Turtles look like real turtles, and it's by the artist who did The Crow and the Alice Cooper comic. You remember The Last Temptation?
Oh, yeah.
By that artist. So it's really dark and gritty, and it was during this time when Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird had moved on to like managing the whole Turtles franchise, so they weren't doing individual issues, so they had a whole they were letting other creators do turtle stories, like one-off and short turtle stories, and this was one of them. I forget what the fuck it's called. I'm blanking on it but here you go. There's some like heavy metal artists. This guy's a heavy metal artist. He did a turtle story. That's another one. It was a really, really cool. That was a weird thing they decided to do. Oh, look at that. So underrated.
You can watch the TV shows too on there?
No, it's
no,
just
it's
like
Oh, okay. It's just the clips from it.
clips from it, which
Gotcha.
the 2003 show is still the best Turtles on
What
television ever.
collection was it that actually... I think it was the Mega Man collection on PS2 or
Yes,
something
yes.
that had actual episodes of the animated series.
Didn't have many of them, but yeah. And they weren't in the best quality, but still, you got to appreciate them including it. Because why not? God damn. Fucking... The 2003 show was boss. If you haven't seen it, it's basically the Batman the Animated Series of the Ninja Turtles. It's as true to the comics as any cartoon has ever come. Behind the scenes, I don't know what the fuck.
Thank you, Overkill, for the dollar and the poop emoji.
Oh, cool! And they have behind the scenes. I haven't even looked at all this shit.
Night Shift, there is no Eastman, only Zuli.
Very
Look at this shit.
impressive.
This is so fuck. Has everything. Sorry, I could sit here forever. And they got the whole soundtrack for every game, I believe. Right here. Strategy guides. Gotta love it. Are you shitting me? So anyways, you get the point. There's a lot of shit on here. Konami did good. Give them credit when they do something right. They did something very right with this collection. All right, now we get to the games themselves, and I guess we're gonna ask the audience in this case. I know it's going to be a bit of a clusterfuck because this collection has everything and regional variants of them. By the way, what do I mean by regional variants? So we're looking at the original Ninja Turtles arcade game, which I think is the first video game I ever played in my life at Peter Piper Pizza, and so we're on the American version right now. If I push Y on my Series X here, we're on the Japanese version. We can play the Japanese version of any of these games. And they are actually different. Like, some of them have censorship or different levels or different characters.
It's supposed to be fun, not a life and death struggle.
Right, exactly. So here's the original, and of course it is going to be co-op. Turtles in Time, the original arcade, and of course the Japanese version. Turtles in Time for SNES, and there were pretty major differences between the two versions. So, Tournament Fighters for SNES. We are playing that tonight.
If we really want to get pissed at each other, yeah.
Bro, we are playing
This is
tonight.
gonna be great.
We are playing Tournament Fighters.
All right,
this
let's
is
do it.
Dude, this is one of my top 5 fighting games of all time. This game is so underrated. Hyperstone Heist, which is basically Turtles in Time with some different levels and kind of a darker art style. Very underrated.
Me a body bag.
It's essentially the Sega Genesis version of Turtles in Time. But it is good. It is very, very good. Tournament Fighters Sega Genesis version, not my favorite.
Let me guess. Life.
Court's adjourned.
Court's adjourned. TMNT NES, if we want to get really, really, really mad. I should also add, you see that button down there for enhancements. All of these games have like quality of life enhancements. A few of them allow you to enable cheats. You can remove sprite flicker, remove slowdown on some of these, and it'll actually make the games more playable, which we'll probably use some of those. But some of these games have some pretty crazy enhancements, so it's not just the original game. So here's the original NES game. TMNT 2, the arcade game for NES. I can literally hear that soundtrack in my
Yeah.
head right now.
I've got it at home on the original
TMNT
cartridge.
3, the Manhattan Project, the greatest NES Turtles game there ever was. Suck my dick. Tournament Fighters NES version, which I remember renting this.
Didn't even know that existed, to be honest.
Like one of the only fighting games on NES. And then they have the Game Boy games, for Christ's sake. Fall of the Foot Clan, Back from the Sewers, Radical Rescue.
Guns make me safe. Bigger guns make me safer.
So guys, let's see what you want us to play. Chat, select what game Tactical Hobo, Terran, and myself are going to play.
Rescue Palooza.
Should we have a mod put up a quick straw poll, or how do you want to do it?
Can we do that effectively?
They want to do tournament fighters. Let's watch me and Razor smash the TV.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, Terran's going to be dropping in and out
Yeah, I'll have
so
to.
that he can read and whatever, interact with the chat. I mean, if we want to go 3-player, it's going to have to be Turtles in Time or the original TMNT for arcade. Because I don't think anything else is 4-player.
Hey, chill out, sister.
Yeah, most people want to see Turtles in Time, from what I'm seeing in the chat.
A good selection.
If one of the mods wants to throw up a straw poll real quick and really nail this down,
But which version of Turtles in Time?
well, it would have to be the arcade if we want to go 3-player. So we could try the Japanese version of it, although it doesn't look like it's different.
Hey.
And I wonder what enhancements are on here. Oh, interesting. God mode. You can change the starting level. Nightmare mode dramatically increases the number of enemies. Turbo mode allows players to move at double their normal speed. Remove penalty bombs. And button dash, so you can dash without having to tap forward. Cicero, sit.
Bong Sips, thank you for the 2. He votes for Hyperstone Heist.
Then that would be me and Hobo starting out, I guess.
Which one?
But
Hyper.
it depends. Let's see what the results of the poll are.
Are any of the mods working on that? I haven't seen them say anything.
You could do it real quick.
Yeah, I could do it real quick.
Yeah, I've never played that one.
Yeah, Hyperstone Heist is pretty cool. You can actually change the graphics so that it's... Well, shit, it'll... No, it doesn't say. It's actually in the menu of the original game. You can have it look more cartoony. Tatsu's in this. I forgot about that.
Oh, that's the Genesis game.
Yes, it's the Genesis version of Turtles in Time, but it's actually quite different in a lot of ways. It's
Interesting.
a slightly darker art style, like more like the comics, but you can change it. In the menu, you can change it to look more like the cartoon or more, I think it's called anime mode, where you literally can change it to look more like a Japanese anime or a comic book.
Hyperstone Heist is just a version of Turtles in Time, right?
Yeah, but it's pretty different.
I don't remember ever
I'm
seeing
sorry,
that.
mods, if you're already putting this in the chat. I'm on another window here, typing it in. So
We could always start out with tournament fighters.
yeah,
While,
why don't you?
while you guys pick, you know.
Yeah, why don't you guys do that, and I'll make the poll. and
Let's
all
do
that.
Hell
it.
yeah.
What do you say, Hobo?
Okay.
Let's do it, sir.
Get ready for Button Mash Mania here.
You got your controller?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Asim. I got it. Camino Uni, thank you for trying. I'm just gonna do it.
Now,
all right, here we
I don't
go.
recall there ever being like a fighting game on RazörFist Arcade. Really, not too many of them anyway.
Yeah, I played a little bit of Street Fighter on a Twitch stream once, and I played some of the new Samurai Showdown. Which, by the way, I have Samurai Showdown 2 on here.
So I got Turtles in Time, TMNT Arcade, Hyperstone Heist. What else?
Okay, it's TMNT, Arcade, Hyperstone Heist, Turtles in Time. If we're going to do Turtles in Time, we're going to do the arcade version, because why would we do this Super Nintendo?
Right.
And of course, there are single-player games that we could play. TMNT 2 NES and TMNT 3, the Manhattan Project for NES. None of the Game Boy games are multiplayer, I don't believe.
And TMNT 3, you said. NES. And we'll leave
Tournament
it there.
Fighters, SNES, Genesis, and NES. There are 3 different versions. And then if people want to watch me fucking tear my hair out, I can fucking play TMNT for NES.
We'll save the Tournament Fighters for later, because we've already got like 5 choices on this poll, so I'll just leave it like that. Turtles in Time, Arcade, original arcade, Hyperstone Heist, TMNT 2 and 3.
Okay.
That's
well,
pretty good.
we're gonna start out with some versus, sir.
Bloody hell.
Hobo hasn't played this one forever. I've played it a little bit recently.
I know how to button mash, though.
Yeah,
Don't
but
worry.
he's a button mash champ, guys. He's probably gonna kick my ass. I'm not gonna lie. Cyber Shredder. I forgot he's in this. Oh, and you can play as the bosses. Karai's in here and Rat King's in here. Very cool. All right, I gotta be my boy Leonardo. This game has a good soundtrack too. This should have been in arcades.
Oh, yeah.
This legit should have been released on arcade.
It would have probably done well. I mean,
I know.
around the time Turtle Mania was going on.
Woo. Whoa!
Okay, let's see here.
Whoa! Look at you! You fucking bastard! You fucking button mashing bastard!
Damn it! You...
Oh shit!
No.
Shit!
No.
Shit!
Shit.
There we go. Sorry. Fireball spam. That's like the Turtles equivalent to fireball
Oh,
spam.
God. Yoga fire! Yoga fire! Yoga flame!
Right.
Yeah, I never actually owned this game, so yeah, I would assume you should be better.
Yeah, and I've played it somewhat recently. So I should probably change characters so I don't know what I'm
Oh,
doing.
yeah, I figured how to do something.
You did?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Unfortunate.
I think.
Ah!
I forgot how to...
No, I'm not putting body bag on the damn poll. Because everyone's just gonna vote for that. For the fucking meme.
Die, turtle scum!
They put this guy in the new show, if I remember correctly, at some point. Oh, shit! You bastard!
Why you cotton picking?
Spam harder, boy!
I'll bash
Yes.
you good.
Yes!
Jesus.
Yes!
Blow out our mics.
Oh, it's, what's her name? Tila, one of the hot rodden teenagers. In the background there. Wow, they actually give you, like, stats afterward. It's pretty elaborate. All right, I'm going to change characters.
Let's see.
I don't remember any of Michelangelo's moves at all. So let's try Mikey, huh? While the poll is being conducted, everybody vote on that.
Yes, yes. I will put it in the chat a couple more times.
Round one.
Whoa.
Fight.
Whoa. Whoa, he has a thingy.
The Y2A problem, I hope there isn't a 3 a.m. ballot dump in this poll.
There will be.
Oh, shit!
We're in
Somehow,
Maricopa County, after all.
somehow,
Frack.
Mark Kelly won our poll? How did that happen?
How'd that happen?
Mark Kelly has entered the chat.
Well, you're gonna meet him.
He's an astronaut, you know. Oh, shit, he's got a slide kick. You're
I've-
done. Is that a
I've,
Chicago Bulls shirt?
I've covered wars, you know.
Is that guy wearing a Chicago Bulls shirt? Can we confirm? Yeah!
Yep.
Boy, it was the 90s, wasn't it?
Leave the body lying
This is
around.
now. This is gonna get embarrassing here for me. Damn it.
Spam harder, boy! Oh, shit! Yeah! Doesn't he have, like, a... He has something else. He can do... Yes! I knew it! Sorry, I played this a lot when I was a kid. That was a badass move!
No.
Oh.
Stealth Creations. Which blue check marks DMs or backroom chats upon being unveiled upon the Musk Purge cleanup, do you see being the most juiciest and or worst to have revealed?
What?
Which blue check marks DMs or backroom
Oh,
chat?
I see. Brooklyn Dad Defiant. You know he's sliding into girls' DMs and
oh,
shit.
God,
You
that-
know he is. He strikes me as the creepiest of creepers. That'd be Shredder. Let's get some Shredder going on here.
Blue Paladin. With Tactics Ogre Reborn and Suikoden 1 and 2 Remaster, do you think the Iron Age will include interest in previously overlooked media?
I mean, the Iron Age is really just a description of the new creator, so I wouldn't say it would necessarily fit that. I mean, it's kind of peripheral to the zeitgeist, I would say. Ah!
Let's take a look at see how the poll is doing.
No! He's got charge moves. You're done. You're done.
This game is so loved. They've put this version of Shredder in what's the one
Damn it!
what's the fighter where you can put anything in? What's it called?
Look at him spamming. Look at the spamming bastard.
Well, it didn't work.
Oh, I should tell you, that green meter, when that fills up, hit Y and B together, and you do a super move automatically. So it can be an easy... Dude, it'll take like 75% of my health.
Mugen, thank you.
It's in Mugen?
Yes,
quit
Shredder's in
jumping.
Mugen.
This game actually... Dude, this game actually had a tournament scene. Like... It wasn't Street Fighter or anything, but like there were local tourneys and shit in major cities for this fucking game. This
my
version of the game too. The fuck? I think one of his moves is you jump and then you push down and punch, high punch.
Oh,
I
okay.
think it's a glide thing, right? Something like that, or maybe it's kick.
Whoa, there's something.
Yeah, that was something.
That's it. Somehow.
Hold on. I think it'll show you moves. Yes! There you go. There's a move list. There's a move list. I remember this was in the actual... This is the actual guidebook.
Who the fuck's Asuka?
Asuka is actually supposed to be...
Karai?
No, April.
Oh.
It was originally supposed to be April, who's training to be a ninja, and then they kind of changed her. Not sure why they changed her, but it was, yeah, she's supposed to be April, and then they changed it around.
Chrome Dome. Rat King. Wingnut.
All right.
Saber Strider.
Okay, where'd Wing
That's
go?
two.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Crusader Saracen, hail
Down
to-
and kick. Sorry, I told you the wrong thing.
okay, well,
It's down and kick once you're at the height of a jump. Basically, you can dive bomb.
Okay.
Crusader Saracen, hail to Tactical Hobo.
Well, thank you. Hail Crusader Saracen.
I'll try spitting. That's a neat trick.
Look, one of ours out of the main hole. We didn't hit it.
We didn't hit it.
It's blowing up from the inside.
This is why I turn off the Star Wars notifications. Because if even one of those goes off, they will go on for the next 15 minutes.
My favorite guy in Return of the Jedi is the A-wing pilot, the black A-wing pilot guy who just goes, "She go blow."
Wasn't he? I thought he was an X-wing pilot.
I thought he was A-wing.
The A-wing guy is, I'm hit.
I'm hit. Yeah, that guy.
Intensify forward firepower.
Too late.
The theme tonight is TMNT.
Right.
Damn.
I'm crazy, okay? A loony, okay?
I lost
Why?
it.
Because I wanted to redecorate. You know, a couple throw pillows, a TV news reporter. What do you think?
Jose Canseco bet, tell me you did not pay money for this.
That's the... the coolest thing about that is they actually let Josh Pace voice his own character. He was actually the guy in the suit. They auditioned everybody who were in the Ninja Turtle suits to be the voices, right? And some of them got recast. The only one they decided to keep was Josh Pace because he sounded so New York. So he got to be Raphael. And then Josh Pace wound up being in what? Deep Space Nine. Cousin Gala?
Oh,
Yeah.
Gala's a moon.
Yeah.
Can we keep her?
Right? He wound up being, and he actually has been in a lot of stuff since then. It was basically his acting debut. I have no idea how to do any of his moves. Oh, there we go. Little fireball input. That worked.
Okay. Let's play Turtles in Time.
What is the poll?
Let's take a look.
Oh, damn it. Just watching me getting...
Turtles in Time
Through the damn
wins
internet.
by a landslide.
Turtles in Time, so we're going to do some arcade.
Let me get a few more of these out of the way. Super Duper, what's your favorite story from DC Comics?
I'm not a big DC fan, as you guys know, but
Well, I mean,
probably Shadow Strikes, the Shadow Strikes comic.
Okay. And you got that huge omnibus for, what is it called?
Whoa!
Whoa.
The Batman, what was the event
Oh
called?
yeah, No Man's Land.
No Man's
which
Land,
I'm
yeah.
a big fan of.
All right, a little bit more strategic.
There was some of that was used for, what is it called? Fucking Dark Knight Rises. Bad movie. Hey, I bounced on your head.
Jesus.
Oh, you son of. Do it. Exit. Y and B. Y and B. Do your super move.
All right, doing it.
Holy fuck! I totally killed myself there. I'm like, hey, do the thing that's gonna kill me in like one hit.
Well, it's for the audience's entertainment. of
Right.
course. I mean, we have to watch them die at least once, don't we, folks?
Round 3. Fight.
Plebitron, what is your thought process when you're trying to do perspective in your artwork? And is there any masters of the craft that could be good for studying perspective?
You know, a lot of times I don't stress too much about perspective. I used to, like, because you know, I would say perspective's the hardest thing when you're learning how to draw, especially as a comic artist. When there's a lot of like urban settings, you know, drawing a skyline from a certain perspective is tough. It's just one of the hardest things you can learn how to do. And anyways, so I would say usually what I'll do is I'll start using the standard vanishing point technique, because I did actually learn how to do that.
Oh, shit.
You know, you got to do the hard work and learn how to draw, but I don't find it's that helpful. Usually I'll find myself, okay, let's look for a good reference photograph, because there's lots of photos of skylines. There's lots of photos of a rolling desert or something like that, and I'll usually take that, kind of get a sense of it, and use that for perspective. Like, I think reference saves you time, and you get a better sense of all that. So, actually, we should probably... Oh, no,
Damn it,
I don't
no.
want to be Chrome Dome.
I'm going to win one of these, damn it. I'll be the chick. The chicks are always overpowered.
Okay.
Camino
Oh, be a
Uni.
chick. That's a neat trick.
I'm
I
gonna
have-
transition.
I have a video on perspective from Don Bluth that I got as a backer reward for Dragon's Lair.
Oh, wow. Oh, that works. You little bitch. She's actually not bad. She can, I'll show you a move. Push away from me and high kick. I think B.
Okay.
It's the most phenomenal chick move ever. Are you ready for this?
All right.
Deadass! Deadass!
I'm literally twerking on RazörFist right now.
The twerk of doom! Hey, you did a thing!
You know the thing.
Son of a bitch!
Yeah, Yuri from KOF.
No!
How did that not kill him?
Because I was in midair, probably. Yeah!
Fo Chung, who was your favorite April actress?
Favorite April actress? I mean, I think the original chick from the 1990 film. What's her name? I keep wanting to say Paige Turco, but that was the second one. Why am I blanking on her name?
Megan Fox.
She actually did wind up having a cameo in one of the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles films. But they cut her out.
Judith Hogue.
Judith Hogue, thank you. She's fucking great.
Yeah. She looks great, by the way.
And you know, people might not expect me to say this. In the 2007 film, Sarah Michelle Gellar did a really good job. That was just a CGI film, but she actually gave a good performance, and it actually felt like April. Like it wasn't forced or anything. Ah! I'm gonna bounce on your head, bitch. Fucking bitch.
Damn
Ah! Gotta guard low, bro. The Kim Kardashian of Ninja Turtles tournament fighters.
QWERTY, thoughts on RoboCop Last Stand?
What is?
I'm not familiar.
What is that?
Should I just...
Oh, is that the name of the new game they're working on?
Should I just stick with Rip's Run or complete it?
What?
Rip, R-Y-P?
Oh, you're talking about the... So, a lot of people might not know this. So, RoboCop 2 was written originally by Frank Miller. Then Hollywood interfered, changed it a lot, and then RoboCop 2 just wound up being a very different film from his script. So, Avatar Press approached Frank Miller about publishing his original version of RoboCop 2. And that
People really pay money to see this stuff?
and that became RoboCop: The Last Stand, I think is what he's referring to.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
And the artwork is by Juan Jose Reap, who's one of my favorite artists on planet Earth. He's fucking insanely detailed, really good artist. But yeah, they did that. It's not the best, and I think it's mostly down to the execution of the comic, but it's still cool. And if you're a fan of RoboCop, yeah, I would definitely stick with the Juan Jose Reap stuff though, because I think the art carries it. I'm pretty sure Frank Miller was not very involved in that. All right, let's do one more, and then we will do some Turtles in Time. Raph, let's do Raph.
Demasto wins the next Blade Runner stream.
Blade Runner stream. I mean, we streamed it twice and beat it twice, so.
Yeah. Maybe he wants more.
Right? I mean, I haven't done the enhanced edition.
Where did I leave off? Mickey,
Ah!
thoughts on the artwork of Heinrich Clay? Spelled K-L-E-Y.
I don't know who that is.
It could be up your alley, and I believe
Whoa!
that was Walt Disney's biggest influence for his animated features like Fantasia.
Son of a bitch.
Oh!
Oh yeah, I recognize some of this stuff. It's they put it in the
What?
Pulps and Comics corner on the Discord. I mean, it looks pretty cool. Very fantasy-like.
Round two.
Alt lag,
Alright,
thank you
here
for
we
the
go.
20. Arcadia may be back, but YouTube never gets my money again.
China is asshole.
Streamlabs and alt tech donos only. In other news, I missed the debate. Did Masters slaughter Kelly? Hell
He
yes.
fucking demolished him. And it was funny, too, because it's obvious that
Booze, big guy.
PBS, that was really well timed. PBS put a fucking libertarian on stage. Now, in order to qualify for a debate, you have to have 15% of the vote. This guy doesn't have fucking 1% of the vote. They put him on stage to hopefully pull votes away from Masters. That's why that guy was on stage, and PBS did that on purpose. By the way, publicly funded broadcasting, and they literally interfered in an election is essentially what happened. Fuck PBS and fuck Arizona PBS. But anyways, KPHO I think is the name. Anyways, so I think actually that it completely backfired, and Blake Masters pretty much steamrolled in that debate. Like, I think the libertarian guy is probably, like, whatever funding he had to try and pull the vote, I think is probably going to be pulled. By the way, poll just came out from People's Pundit, who was one of the few accurate pollsters in 2020, especially in Arizona. And Mark Kelly's only leading by 1, and that's before the debate. That's before Mark Kelly got fucking wrecked in the debate. So Blake Masters, man, closing that distance. We were just talking, Tactical Hobo and I, on the Razor Force Offensive the other day that we streamed live the other day. Go check that out. But we were talking about how, you know, Kerry Lake has a better chance against Katie Hobbs than Blake Masters has against Mark Kelly, because Mark Kelly's an incumbent and blah, blah, blah. But it looks like he's closing distance, man. It looks like he might be able to pull this off. Look, regardless of how it turns out, I've said this before, but, like, he has fought. Like, he has not given up the way that some other prior candidates in recent years have seemed to, right? There was this moment of, like, almost surrender in the Martha McSally campaign near the end that you had to. Whoa! Oh, I'm done. You had to cringe, because it was like, as you got closer to the campaign, it seemed like the fight, I don't want to say went out of her, but it wasn't like Blake Masters where he's scrappy and clawing and talking shit right to the very end. These are the kind of candidates we need. Even if he winds up losing, it's like, at least he left it all on the field, you know what I mean? Whoa!
What the hell was that?
You fucker! Ah! No! Batman beat you, so could I! That was close, though.
These turtles.
The three of you might have overpowered me with the loss of but one.
Bong Sips, a Jose Canseco bat. Tell me you didn't pay money for this.
Right. It's 2-for-1 sale, pal. All right. Are you ready for some Turtles in Time?
Yeah.
Let's make sure it's the arcade. Yes, sir.
Meet the Feebles. Hey, Razor, thoughts on the Shadow Now by Colton Worley?
It's okay. It isn't terrible and it isn't great. It's just kind of there.
Also, thoughts on Dead Alive, aka Brain Dead movie by Peter Jackson.
I never watched it.
We'll have to watch that. I do have it. Crusader Saracen, Ricada is back.
Yeah, I saw that. He's apparently trying to find a way to reach out, because we had been communicating over Twitter about, possibly doing a stream or whatever, so I'm going to have to reach out to him somehow. He's got, like, a link tree, so if he's got, like, a Facebook or something, I'll try and reach out to him there.
Wait, which game did you pick here? Oh, Turtles in Time, I see it. Okay.
Well, the audience picked it.
I just wanted to make sure you got the right one. Nemo, thoughts on the work of Winsor McKay or his Little Nemo in Slumberland Comics?
It's pretty cool. Mobius did a really cool interpretation of that, too. All right. You guys ready?
Ready.
All right, everyone.
Blake Masters, I'm gonna make you regret ever leaving your basement, you bald troglodyte motherfucker.
Wow. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Oh my god! They've got the coming out of their shells music on it. Oh my god, that's incredible. Okay, guys, are you ready?
Let's see.
Hello? Yeah. Donatello.
Yes! Here we go.
Let's kick shell. Let's kick shell.
Hell yes.
Kick shell.
Let's kick shell.
Kick shell.
This is April O'Neil reporting.
Hey, Krang, bring that statue back, you bloated beanbag.
Beanbag! You beanbag.
Let's kick shell. Let's kick shell.
Yeah! Oh, here we go.
Brings back so many memories.
I know.
Remember when you were given $5 at one of those arcades, and you could play all freaking night?
Dude, if you
on,
go,
you know,
do you ever go to Captain Bill's?
Captain Bill's?
Submarines?
No, I've never been there.
Oh, dude, you need, especially while you're in Phoenix, you gotta grab a Captain Bill's sub. Anyways, they have a Turtles in Time machine over there.
And the
They have actually 3 or 4 arcade machines.
that's not the only reason to go.
That's not the only reason to go. Every girl who works there has 2 reasons to go. Whoa!
Who needs this? Me, I guess.
Pizza time.
Nice. Here we go. Woohoo! Little shoulder block. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right. Oh! You just brained me in the back of the head. Oh,
Quit
fucker.
hitting me.
Why do you have like a tuning fork? What the fuck?
Prepare to die.
Why are those foot soldiers like wielding fucking dowsing rods? Like, yeah, I gotta kill these turtles, but first, let's find water.
Bring that statue back, you beanbag. that statue. It's just...
Remember, our immigration policy should be determined by an inscription on the Statue of Liberty. Because apparently that's the Constitution now. A goddamn plaque that's slapped on the side of a glorified fucking bowling trophy that the fucking French gave to us.
Pizza time.
Oh, anybody want that pizza?
Let's save it.
Pizza time.
Let's kill Baxter Stockman first. Alright. But yeah, Mark Kelly just seemed really, really uncomfortable. And did either of you watch the debate?
I just saw clips.
He kept hemming and hawing and saying and he just seemed so out of his depth. It was apparent why he campaigned in 2020 from his basement. And again, it shows how beatable he was, which really is an indictment of Doug Ducey and Martha McSally. It's like, if you couldn't take this fucking joke down.
That's because politicians like him aren't elected, they're chosen.
Yeah, they're appointed. When he's removed, he's not gonna be fired, he's gonna be uninstalled, let's put it that way. Oh, come on. Ah! Get him! I hate flying enemies in these games. Oh, you fucking son of a bitch. There we go.
Woo!
You shouldn't have put so many credits in, because you're going to have to drop out, Terran.
I'll die a lot. How's it? Who said that?
Can you tell voice work was a novelty at this time?
I mean, that cocksucker line just came out of nowhere.
Right, just out of nowhere. San Francisco cocksucker. 260 Junko cocksucker. There we go. Yeah! Don't worry, guys. We will get to your chats as soon as Terran dies here. Whoa!
Ah.
It's a fucking robot.
Pizza time.
It's a boxing robot, or what the fuck? Still more believable than Jake Paul's matches. Alright, there we go. Yeah! Did you see fucking Biden's declaration of fucking amnesty for the 2 people who have been prosecuted for marijuana crimes in like the last 90
sweeping
years?
change.
Like 0.00091% of all federal inmates even have a marijuana charge, let alone it being the only reason they're there. Which is one of the many lies of the legalization lobby for years, is this idea that like federal inmates are all convicted of minor marijuana offenses. It's like, no, it's like a drug lord, and they use a marijuana charge as leverage. Marijuana is not a charge that you get arrested for. It's a charge that you tack on to somebody who's not cooperating.
Especially in the federal system.
Yeah, like who the fuck in the federal system is convicted of marijuana crimes? He's just hand jiving his base. That's all that fucking is.
Pizza power.
Whoa! Oh, boy, that fucking lasted 2 seconds.
Cool off, sucker.
Alright. It kind of sounds like they got the coming out of our shells guys to do the voice work on this.
Almost, because it's not the voice actors.
It's
from the
not.
cartoon.
It's not. I'm wondering. Alright, there we go. Yeah! Dude, Konami made some wicked beat-em-ups back in the day.
They sure did.
I'm going to mangle you green.
Metalhead! Not the real Metalhead, though. Oh. Fuck you, robot.
Are you a punker? I hate punkers.
Especially bald ones who wear green makeup. Masks over ugly faces. Alright. The class is Pain 101. It's great, too, because a lot of the lines in that scene are literally straight from the comic.
Yeah, the movie did a great job of just taking stuff from the comics.
Yeah.
The 2003
It's something
series
that
too.
I think a lot of people didn't realize, because the Eastman and Laird comics weren't reprinted like in really big deluxe form until recently. So a lot of people are like picking those comics up and realizing, holy shit, this is like the movie. This is exactly the movie. Oh shit!
Oh, this one.
Oh god, I hate this.
It's still not as bad as the Battletoads.
Oh no, it's
That's
not.
one.
All right. installing giant spike vine traps in a sewer? Can we explain this, please?
Hey, if I lived in the sewer, I might do it.
My toes.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
I'm gonna get on my board,
My toes.
and I'm going to,
My toes.
and I'm going to kick that son of a
Oh.
bitch Bison's ass so hard that the next Bison wannabe is gonna feel it.
It's gonna feed it. By the way, we can save our progress in this game and load it later,
Wow.
just in case we need to take a break. I forgot about that.
Oh, we're gonna want to stop for a second.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Yeah. Hold on, let me find that one. There it is.
And I'm going upriver.
While Kia
What is
line.
your hold on before you say it, what is your favorite line from fucking Street Fighter?
Man, it's been a while since I've seen it. That's like the one I mostly remember.
Of course.
Of course, the PAX
Bison.
Bisonica.
You got paid?
There goes my controller.
I remember that one.
Oh, and there goes the USB. Hold on. You want to grab this? Sure, it doesn't get too tangled. All right, I'll leave that there. Hopefully nothing got messed up. Walkia Lion with the $500 donation.
Ooh.
My God.
And there'll be people walking
Oh my God.
around all over America with flames coming out of their butthole. Everyone who takes it up the rear. Everyone who has a penis injected in his butthole. When that penis comes out, the flame will start burning. Because ain't nobody gonna stick no penis in that flame. That flame will be an eternal flame coming out of the butthole of every sodomite. And nobody will ever stick a penis in your butthole again because it will be on fire.
We haven't had that in way too fucking long. Way too fucking long. Sorry.
Walkia Lion with the $500. Thank you so much. I've got myself a good-paying job in a prison.
Oh my God.
I've moved to a beautiful little town with lots of potential. I've socialized more and made more acquaintances and friends than I have in my whole life. Thank you both for convincing me to come to AZ. It's been worth it. If either of you come to Superior, I recommend Bellas.
Oh.
Best sandwiches ever. Godspeed.
Nice. Hey, I like that. Have you been through Superior? I imagine Tactical Hobo has. He's been all over the place.
I've been through there. I haven't spent much time there. It's a real small place.
It is.
Kind of out on the way to Globe.
Out on the way to Globe, I want to say I stopped at a soup place there one time. I want to say there's a soup place that was really good. But yeah, I've been through there probably a few times, either on the way to Globe or what's past Globe?
Sholo, if you keep going.
I've been through Sholo, so I know I've been through Superior.
Yeah, most likely you have.
And pause it again.
Oh, right.
Thank you again for that 500. Viewer newest, thank you for the 100. Favorite version of Casey Jones. Godspeed.
Man, they did him really well in the movie. And I think I'm going with either the original Eastman and Laird version of Casey Jones from the comics or the 1990 film. What about you guys?
I'm most familiar with the 1990 film, so
Am
I'll
I.
say that one.
Yeah, that one
Not
would
the
be...
cartoon.
Well-
In the cartoon, he talked like Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, and he was wearing the mask, the hockey mask. Right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, that was good too.
That was good. That was actually legitimately good, but they were kind of taking the piss out of like vigilante movies. When they were doing that version, he's kind of like a Eastwood, like Dirty Harry kind of a thing. A little bit. The 2003 show did a really good job, but the super thick New York accent thing that they did after, was it the 2012 show where he was just a little kid was kind of weird. too. I wasn't crazy about it. And then the making Casey Jones a black chick was what the fuck? Literally what?
But of course they did.
In the new Nickelodeon show that 2 people watch and they wonder why. Like fucking so stupid. But yeah.
And thank you again, guys.
Yep.
Let's get to it.
Let us. All right. Why are they exploding when they get hit? Do they have flaming buttholes? Is that what?
Yes.
Be on
Just keep
fire.
burning.
The old fire! It'll burn and burn and burn!
My toes! My toes!
No!
My toes!
Who's laying mines in a sewer? Dude, have you read the Turtles comic? Like, do you know how dark the Rat King is in the comics?
No.
We have to pause here and talk about this. There's an issue of the comics. I think this is in City at War, which is a great story arc that you should read. I think it's in City at War. And Splinter gets separated from the Turtles, and he's down in the sewer, and he's trapped. And the Rat King appears. And this is so fucked up. Splinter's been down there for days, and he's starving, and he's dehydrated. And the Rat King convinces him to eat rats, to commit cannibalism, to stay alive. It is the darkest, most fucked up shit.
Wow.
Oh, man, it's dark. I think that's in City at War. You guys gotta read the original Eastman and Laird comics. That's why I made my video about Enter the TMNT.
Yeah, I never really have read much of the comics.
They're great.
My toes! My toes!
Yeah, there we go. Whoa!
Pizza time!
Oh, fuck! Fuck!
Why are there xenomorphs in the sewer?
Right?
Those things are a lot scarier looking than they are tough.
They're in the cartoon. What the fuck are they? They're like pizza monsters or something like that.
Are these the actual pizza monster things?
I think so. I can't remember exactly. They're from the cartoon, though. I remember that. A thing that a lot of people don't realize about the cartoon and the action figures is there's like this common misconception that like Eastman and Laird had nothing to do with the cartoon and nothing to do with the action figures, and they just turned it into a big kids thing. But they were actually involved at pretty much every level of the design of the characters. And
my patience is wearing thin. I'm banishing you to a time warp from which you will never return.
why do you control time warps, Shredder? When did you get powers?
Historic Turtlesaurus.
The fuck?
Welcome to die.
Yeah, no shit. That kind of was a welcome to die moment. Welcome to die! Ex-chicken. Okay. Ah! The rock soldiers are always such fuckheads in this game. In any game, really. In Shredder's Revenge, they're kind of bastards.
And really tanky in Shredder's Revenge.
Yeah. That's one of the big differences, by the way, between Turtles in Time and Hyperstone Heist, is you can't throw foot soldiers into the screen. That was one of the big changes they made. But everything else, I don't know if it was a memory limitation, because the Genesis was not quite as powerful as the SNES.
Ow.
I'll never understand people preferring the name Mega Drive, by the way. Genesis is a way fucking cooler name. mean, the Mega Drive's not even a drive, guys. There's no drive on it. What the fuck?
You ever see the
There's a fucking slot. You know?
Sega Nomad? You're familiar with that one?
What's that?
The Sega Nomad. Do you know what that is?
Oh yeah, the portable console. That's
It's literally
totally
just a Genesis, but it was like a portable form factor.
Game Gear was super underrated. I had a friend who had one of those. I was like, holy shit.
Oh yeah,
fucking,
I had a
fucking
Game
color. I just remember the battery life was dog shit.
Well, I still have a Game Gear. Yeah, it took 6 AA's, and you got like a couple hours maybe or something.
Yeah, and it'd die.
You had to get like an AC adapter for it.
Yeah, pretty much. But it was cool. I love the Game Gear.
Yeah.
You've owned a few portable consoles, Terran. What is your favorite of all of them?
I've actually only ever owned 2, a PSP and the original Game Boy.
No, you owned a 3DS.
Oh yeah, that's true. I still have that too, huh?
Yeah.
And I guess you can count the Switch.
Forgot the sun cream. Pizza time.
Honestly, my favorite would probably be my original Game Boy.
Yeah?
I still got the big brick.
Not one of the Tiger handhelds?
Those were cool. Kinda.
I have the Tiger handheld where it's the cowboy, and you just shoot at guys coming at you.
I want to say I had the X-Men Tiger handheld.
I had the X-Men one, and Battletoads. The Tiger handheld. Yeah.
Man, I just
And
had a
Jurassic
shower.
Park.
Shell
Yeah?
Yeah, all 3 of those.
Oh, fuck. Fucking Clayface here. DC, please don't sue.
had a shower.
Isn't this the thing that killed Tasha Yar?
Nah.
Man, I just had a shower.
I mean Gene Roddenberry.
Man,
Fuck!
had a shower.
The reason I mentioned the voice acting possibly being the coming out of their shells shit. Did you know what famous person was one of the turtles on the coming out of their shells tour?
Who?
Michael Ian Black.
Oh, the unfunny comic.
Yep, the very deeply, deeply unfunny comic.
Which one was he?
I forget. Raphael, maybe? Ah!
I wonder why Corey Feldman has never come back to be Donatello, just in voice form.
He did in 3.
He did?
Yeah, he popped up in Turtles 3. But that was the last time he did Donatello. He was the best Donatello. Because he's the only one who didn't just sound like a nerd. The only one. Everybody else was like, oh, he's the gadget guy. I'll do a nerd voice. Corey Feldman kind of sounded more like a teenager. And just a dude. I mean, he sounded a little geeky, but more like a guy who fucks on fucks with cars and shit, right? Like, takes machines apart.
Looks like Toka.
Yep. Isn't this where I fought King K. Rool in Donkey Kong Country?
Is this gonna end up being the longest pirate ship ever?
Probably. But I don't want to be a pirate.
My nose.
What?
My nose.
There we go. Is that like a murder frisbee? Is that
Something like
what
that.
I'm watching here? A fucking murder frisbee. Alright, there we go. Maybe it's that thing fucking Xena throws.
A chakram?
Oh, stop it.
What?
Stop pretending that's a real thing.
Boomerang.
Chakrams are real
It's
things.
not a real thing.
They just were never that big.
It's big on bad YouTube channels that pretend every obscure thing that somebody wielded in one battle in 1291 is a real weapon.
I feel seasick. Oh, shell shock.
Alright, let's see here.
Red King Shell!
Damn it!
My nose.
There we go. Okay. When you die, don't
Yeah, don't.
revive yourself so you can read.
I want one of
And
these.
you can jump in whenever you like. Woohoo!
You're letting me loose?
We will read your chats in just a moment.
All three of us are preoccupied.
Yep.
Apparently, it is a murder frisbee. Bunch of
It
spikes
is a
on
murder
it.
frisbee.
It's like a floating puffer fish
Oh!
or something.
Forgot the sun cream.
All right.
Damn it!
Wasn't there an episode of the old Twilight Zone involving pufferfish?
I must have missed that one.
My nose. Forgot the sun cream.
Or it might have been the 90s Twilight Zone remake. I can't remember.
Yeah, there were several remakes, wasn't there?
All right.
Duh, my nose. Pizza time.
Okay.
Pizza time.
These guys get a fucking bazooka. I'm running around with fucking feudal Japanese weaponry. Alright. Oh!
It's both of them.
There's too many of them. I remember as a kid, those guys were like legitimately scary. I
Dude,
thought.
I thought the animatronics on Toka and Razör were like some of the best in the movies.
And they just won't do it anymore. CG all the way.
All the way. Well, it's more expensive, and a lot of the people who remember how to do it convincingly
Shell shock.
don't work in Hollywood anymore,
Okay, there we go.
or have retired, or they've moved on to doing CGI because it's cheaper,
Oh,
and it looks
shell
like it.
shock.
Alright, where did I leave off? I'll just call you P-Dub. Thank you for the 30 bits. It was great to see you and so many rally behind Ricada Law this week, like you did for Blaine Pardoe.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. I have a feeling it was a mixture of mass flagging and the fact that he was featured on Project Veritas.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was. He was talking about the Ashley Biden stuff. They've been shutting down channels that have been talking about the Ashley Biden stuff. And then he was featured on Project Veritas. And then he ran afoul of, you know, the fucking bot account farm that shall not be named. And I think it all just happened at the same time. It was not... As soon as I saw his Twitter was taken down, I was like, let's start the stopwatch. His YouTube will be coming shortly after. And sure enough... Nice! Aww.
Double kill.
Bury my shell at Wounded Knee.
I mean, okay.
A little insensitive, but okay.
Demonetized.
I know! Hey ya hoa, hey ya hoa. Alright, there we go.
Read that. Mercenary Axe, so good news before I go into my tinfoil hat stuff that T-Cell won't read in full like I pay him for. Thanks for the $3, by
Maybe
the way.
make one big long chat instead of 50 small ones.
Apparently, Nikita got his channel back because, but apparently his Twitter's gone. Yeah, Twitter's stubborn like that. They're not going to give him back his shit. Let's refresh that. Let's do some super chats.
Whoa! 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 I just got fucking chopped in half by an axe.
Rock Jock.
I feel seasick.
Hey guys, my siblings and I booked a week-long trip to Peoria, AZ. Any advice or impressions of the area that I should be...
Peoria? Well,
that I should be
Tactical Hobo knows a little more about Peoria than I do.
that I should be cognizant about?
I mean, Peoria, yeah, it's kind of...
It's like a suburb.
Yeah, it's
Like, why
a
would
suburb
you-
of Phoenix. I mean, I'm
I
trying to
mean,
think
I
what's out
guess
there.
there's a downtown.
There
it's
is.
like near the downtown Glendale area. I mean, you could certainly go there, but
Yeah,
not far from there would be a couple of zoos, right?
the World Wildlife Zoo is out that way.
Yeah,
I mean,
a
it's-
little bit further than that.
Yeah, that's like Litchfield Park or something like
Uh-huh.
that. Yeah, I'm like, huh. Yeah, Peoria is
And
essentially
the
just a
wildlife zoo
suburb.
is actually really, really good, by the way.
The thing about Phoenix is like it's so large that
It's
several of the suburbs of Phoenix are in the top 100 largest cities.
Yeah.
Like I think Peoria itself is. It's just a suburb. It's like it's a massive city, you know,
Yeah.
itself. So
That's why I always, every time I hear like, oh, this YouTuber is in Phoenix, it's like, what part of Phoenix? Because you guys don't understand, they could be 2.5 hours away and still be in Phoenix.
they could be in Surprise or they could be in Queen Creek.
Can we address real quick? All right, when people say Phoenix, they think, oh, this small desert town in the middle of the desert, right? No. They don't understand.
It's
Okay.
LA on crack at this point.
Yeah, 60 years ago it was a small town.
It's Mesa, it's Tempe, it's Sun City, it's
Chandler.
Peoria, it's Glendale. It's see, am I wrong in considering it like this, that all of these places are just sub districts of Phoenix? That's how I consider them.
It's the Phoenix area, metro area. Now, what's interesting though too is like,
I know they're technically their own cities or whatever.
yeah, but they all run together. So I mean,
They all run together, so they're just part of
it's
Phoenix.
like LA versus Anaheim or whatever. But Mesa is a suburb of Phoenix, and Mesa itself, I think, is larger than like St. Louis, like the city of St. Louis proper. And it's just a suburb, right? But no one knows about it really. I mean, it's not like people talk about Mesa specifically. It's just a suburb of Phoenix. But it's like 500,000 people.
You could start
Well
out-
done on that fucking retarded mayor, by the way, Mesa. Keep electing that fucking jackass. Recording advertisements for fucking Mark Kelly and calling himself a fucking Republican. You guys fucking did a bang-up job on that dipshit.
Shell shock. Ooh, I feel seasick. Shell shock.
I'll hold it down here. Die, you bastards.
Ooh, I feel seasick.
I don't know how to pause. Oh, shit.
That's
What did I
not
do?
how you pause.
Razor, fix this. I did something.
You hit the middle button, hit it again.
Yeah, I don't want to screw up the stream here. Push.
No big deal.
Okay, there we go. There's weird stuff popping up with the TV there.
Yeah, for the record, the actual pause is the right bumper for some reason. All right. Oh shit.
Fresh turtles for love.
I do declare.
I like how Leatherhead is literally just a shitty Justin Wilson impression. I do declare.
Oh,
I
and
guarantee.
the point we were making was you could start out in Sun City, drive for 4 hours, and still be in
Yeah, you
urban
can still,
area.
You can still be seeing houses, and
Yeah.
I mean neighborhoods of houses, not fucking shacks and shit out in the middle of the desert.
And it all looks, I mean, it's kind of just a big suburb, right? So, I mean, if you're in Northwest Surprise, it looks the exact same as, like, Maricopa or something. Right. But I'm just trying to think, like, what specifically there's
Like
in Peoria.
okay, so I like
You know?
grew up in South Phoenix. If I drove to where Alice Cooper and Rob Halford live, which is like Paradise Valley, it'd be well over an hour and a half, maybe even almost 2. Especially
I don't know if it's that far.
Especially if traffic is bad.
If traffic's bad, then all bets are off.
I mean, that's what I'm kind of saying is like it's big. It's big, and God forbid I go up to like Anthem or something like that, or
No, it's literally like 60 miles across, like diagonally. So, I mean, Phoenix is huge.
All right. Shit! Fuck! Little shithead. Gonna make fucking shoes out of you. I like how we totally did high five there.
What's the hardest hood in Phoenix?
South Phoenix. South Phoenix. Fucking
Well,
hands down.
Maryvale's pretty bad too. Honestly,
South Phoenix
I
is
think
way worse, dude.
I don't know, man. I think Maryvale might have surpassed it.
No, man, like, no.
Okay, I think the worst area is like directly south of downtown.
Yes, that's
I-
what I'm talking.
I-
That's where I grew up.
I guess that's considered South Phoenix, just south of downtown.
Are we
like,
talking about
Right
down by
around the South Mountain area.
like
Yeah.
around Buckeye Road? I think.
which
right?
side of South Mountain?
And like Central.
The area where all the streets turn into presidents. That's
Yeah.
the fucking...
Okay. Yeah. That's the worst area in Phoenix. I mean, I would say. Yeah. Well, if you get on the other south side of South Mountain, then you're in Awatuki. So that's not.
Oh, yeah,
pretty
yeah.
far.
I'm talking about just north of South
Oh, I
Mountain.
know.
Just that's where I grew up. And
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's.
Where you lay awake at night and count the... Instead of counting sheep, you count the gunshots.
Mr. Reese, he just says, Cowabunga. Sideburns, hey Razor. Oh, thank you for the 20, by the way.
Don't trust China. China is asshole.
I saw Heavy Metal, loved it, then Heavy Metal 2000, and I thought the music sucked. Why is new metal worse than other metal subgenres, in your opinion?
Because it was just really, it was a dumb... It was never metal to begin with. It was, they shoved the metal appellation onto the end of it, basically in order to lend it credibility. It is, at the end of the day, quote-unquote new metal is just radio rock. That's all it was. It was radio's attempt to kind of make a commercial... like a commercial version of rock music that could sort of subsist after the death of grunge. That's really all it was. God damn, there's so much shit on screen I couldn't even see myself.
Mark Kelly. I've been about border security since day one.
Yeah, Borders books.
Blake Masters. It's all bullshit.
So bullshit!
All of it.
All of it!
Set us up.
Sit us up!
Democrat handler. Mark, you're too short, uncharismatic, and gun grabby to win a debate. Pull out. Mark Kelly. No, I'm all right. I'm all right. Ah, I'm an astronaut. Ah.
I got a problem here.
Like, do we even know why he blew up exactly?
He's too fat, I think.
I mean,
What was the problem? I mean, I think the idea was George Lucas is trying to make the point that, like, X-Wings are fucking slapped together with duct tape and spit.
Yeah, isn't that the idea that most of the
Rebel Alliance yeah.
ships are like all just...
And it's so dumb because, like, over time, it's become the exact opposite, where, like, the Empire are the ones who have the shitty ships, and the Rebel Alliance are all OP, to be honest. They all have better ships. Shouldn't it be the reverse?
well, they have, I mean, according to, like, expanded universe, well, even in the original movie, they mentioned having deflector shields, which, I mean, honestly, the deflector shields didn't do jack shit in
Nothing.
Battle of Yavin, but, they supposedly have them.
Yeah, exactly.
And the TIE fighters don't have them.
Not that they don't have good, there's good Imperial ships. Don't get me wrong. I love me a TIE bomber.
I like the assault gunboat quite a bit. Although,
TIE Defender.
that's
The
yeah,
fucking Animu ship.
that thing's way overpowered.
It
but yeah.
is. It's a fucking anime ship. That's what it is. It's the Akuma of fucking... Alright, here we go.
Which one did you say? The TIE Bomber?
TIE Defender.
TIE Defender. Oh, yeah.
Like, there wasn't a single rebellion ship that even came close to that in the game.
I was like the Star Vipers from, Star Vipers from Shadows of the Empire.
The A-Wings are carrying the entire Alliance fleet.
Stop it.
The TIE Avenger is my favorite, says Zero.
Z95 Master Race.
Arc Fighter.
I still have my Z95 Headhunter card from the CCG, from the Star Wars CCG
Oh, yeah.
back in the day.
Well, what I thought was cool was they actually did show the Z95 in Clone Wars. Because, like, you'd
Yeah.
heard about it a bunch, and then I was like, wow, they actually showed it on screen. That's cool.
It's a shame Rebels totally borked the B-Wing.
Oh, did they?
They put this big fuck-off laser on it.
Shell shock.
This weird, like,
Oh,
they
yeah, I
basically
think I
put
saw
a
that.
Death Star laser on it,
I
and
think I
it's
saw that, and I was like, what is going on?
dumb.
You're going to pay.
Shut up, Krang.
Cowabunga.
Okay, where's my new body?
Starbase, where no turtle has gone before.
Mercenary X, serious question. Just how much more insane do things have to get before people realize Biden's not real? Also,
White hats
anybody,
are in control. Right?
also anyone else enjoying that market? Did you get this on Steam or Switch? We are playing the Xbox Series X version.
Yeah, we're playing it on console. So it's actually local co-op.
I'm trapped.
I mean, now, if you actually think the market is ever going to go back up, it's a good time to buy. But that's the thing. Like, how
Guns make me
permanent
safe.
is this shit
Bigger
that's going on
guns
right
make
now?
me safer.
You know? My 401k is taking a big hit. I'll say that.
Power.
Wow, that only lasts like
I
3
know, like
seconds.
half a second.
I feel seasick.
Crossfire. Razor, great to have some Teenage Mutant N-word power going on tonight. Also received
Teenage Mutant Hard R Turtles.
Also received another package from LRG today, and loving what they are putting out. Forever Physical.
LRG. Oh, limited run games. Yeah, I pre-ordered the KOTOR 2 physical deluxe edition.
Nice.
And
What's the new
at
one?
some point, probably coming in the mail pretty soon here, will be the deluxe edition of Plague Tale, the sequel to Plague Tale, with the statue and everything.
Oh, the sequel.
Yeah.
Oh, cool, cool.
Which it looks like they're going full stealth game with that, so that's why I pre-ordered it. I loved the first game, but the stealth was kind of shallow and whatever. This new one looks like you actually can kill guys, you can actually sneak up behind them and stab them. It's a full stealth game. So, but yeah, it comes with a big statue. So I'm looking forward to it.
Primarch Vulcan. My local talk radio host, Joe Pags, took to calling Janet Napolitano Tank when she was governor after he said she was built like a brick shithouse. Thought you'd find that funny.
That's great.
Crossfire
I
again.
still remember we had a local radio host here in Phoenix who used to call the Arizona Republic, the local paper, the Arizona Republicano, because they were always sucking her dick.
Crossfire again. Speaking of Twitwat, who do you think has been the most insufferable lefty tweeting as of late? My pick is old meathead himself, Rob Reiner.
Drop it!
Bastard just doesn't know when to shut up.
Well, he's one of the biggest Democrat donors. He can't admit there's anything wrong with what's going on. For fuck's sake, when Obama got BTFO'd in the 2010 midterms, Rob Reiner was still sucking Obama's dick. I mean, guys, this is not just a team sport for them. This is now a facet of their personality.
Blue no matter who.
Yep.
Now
That's
I'm
it.
Too cool. Now I'm too cool.
Oh my god, dude. I got caught in an animation lock there where it literally spawned under me 3 times in a row and I died. That was bullshit. This is how they got your quarters, ladies and gentlemen.
David NS84. I didn't realize Arizona PBS aired pornography. Mark Kelly's public fucking was simply
Oh
scandalous.
my God, he got dead.
Man, I gotta watch that now.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is why he hid in his basement in 2018. Or in 2020.
Cue the goofy meme. I'll fucking do it again.
What's he got?
Hey,
Come here. Drop it.
Cicero has entered the chat.
Oh, he's tearing it apart.
Yeah, that's why. No, you're not.
Ugh. What was that he got?
The cat's toy.
Oh.
He literally tore it apart. But yeah, your last thought was you were talking about the PBS debate. While I go wash my hands.
No, I just said it's obvious now why he hid in his basement when he campaigned originally for the Senate.
I mean, that seems to be the plan for a lot of Democrats in the last few years.
Well, and this is why the narrative that Arizona's a blue state is laughable. I don't even think it's a purple state. When you look at how these Democratic candidates are running and the positions they're running on, I mean, for fuck's sake, Mark Kelly's running more ads about the Arizona border than most of the Republican candidates are.
It's just sad that people buy that shit because we know, I mean, he's total garbage on anything border security related. Yeah. But people will be, oh yeah, he's going to secure our border because he said so. I mean, politicians don't lie, do they?
It's the McCain formula. It's the same thing McCain did. Every 6 years to get elected, he would act like a border hawk. Remember Complete the Dang Fence?
Complete the dang fence.
He wouldn't talk about a border wall because he hated Donald Trump, right? But he'll say complete the danged fence and then never do it, of course.
You know, there's certain areas along the border, because I've actually been down there fairly recently. There's certain areas where they have these D-Day style Normandy vehicle barriers, and that's it.
Yep.
Like, okay, you can stop a tank from crossing, which is not going to happen anyway. But
I don't know. You never know. The Mexican military does cross our border quite a bit.
Well, they do.
It's one of the least reported stories in the American media is how often Mexican military types are spotted crossing the Arizona border. There have been occasions where they have fired at Border Patrol.
Yeah, and that's totally underreported. All that stuff. I mean, literally, that's an act of war. But the border's secure, guys.
Oh, but there's no crisis at the border. We just have a foreign military opening fire on Border Patrol. That's all. No crisis there. Fuck. Granted, it's the Mexican military, so it takes them a while to load those spitballs.
Anyone got a pin?
It's like, no. You poke the steel ball twice with the rod.
Did what's his name's son, El Chapo's son, get arrested and like the cartel showed up to break him out and they beat the Mexican military and actually won?
Oh God, that's nothing, dude. So Tactical Hobo and I both volunteered in Mexico at the same time, right?
We did.
And when we went there, I remember them being like, okay, now it's dangerous down there, and blah, 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 and giving us the whole spiel, right? Because we had, like, you remember before we went, we had to learn, like, Spanish words and shit, like, pega un clavo en la madera. I still remember that. And they kind of gave us the rundown of how dangerous it is, and I remember this vividly. What was his name, like, Ray? He was kind of the guy telling us about it, and he was like, well, you look like it can be very dangerous, and recently the cartels threatened to kill a police chief, and blah, blah, blah. I remember that vividly. And we went and did our volunteer stuff, and later on, the fucking cartels, and this was in the news, the fucking cartels put out a hit on the police chief and carried it out! The fucking guy got assassinated successfully by the cartels. This was much later after we had volunteered there. But, like, that's Mexico.
That happens all the time,
Yeah,
though.
all
like,
the
on a
time.
weekly basis, basically. Yeah. And the cartels have routinely beat the Mexican military in, like, shootouts and stuff.
Anyone got a pin?
Ah, shit.
Let's see. Crossfire. Damn, that Masters debate was brutal. Microman Kelly really got bodied. You almost want to feel sorry for him until you realize he's a carpetbagging commie.
Let's go.
Yep. It's funny, too. It's almost like the Republican Party are covering for him a little bit. Because they keep saying he's from Houston. No, motherfucker. He's from fucking New Jersey. Like, he lived in Houston while he was doing his astronaut shit, obviously. But, that motherfucker's from New Jersey. Holy shit.
He's really tall.
He is very tall.
He's on like stilts or something.
And where'd he get a lightsaber from? Anybody?
Well, it is Turtles in Time. He went to a galaxy far, far away a long time ago.
Right.
It looks like a plastic lightsaber, though,
It
like
does.
from Toys R Us.
Ah! That's what I call green energy.
Hey, there's that statue.
I know, right?
Dang beanbag took it.
Oh, sorry.
Mercenary X, also in other news. Don't be surprised if we suddenly don't get to have midterm elections. Oh, were they going to cancel it?
I mean, there is a little crisis going on over in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, just a slight
So,
one.
yeah.
I know, let's escalate tensions further by talking about preemptive nuclear strikes. Let's make that happen.
Mr. Reese, thank you for the 12.
They are, you can mark my words, there will come a day when they throw Zelensky under the bus for the entire thing. You mark my words.
Oh, yeah, we're funding a losing war. I mean, it's pretty much already done.
Yeah, that's the thing. If and when it goes sideways, Zelensky will take the fall for all of it.
Well, you know, the only reason, like, all the left cares about this particular conflict is because they equate Russia with Trump. That's the only reason they care. Otherwise, Russia invaded some random Eastern European country. Who gives a shit? Except Russia equals Trump. So, or by putting a Ukraine flag, we're sticking it to Trump, aren't we?
Which is hilarious, because while Trump was president, Putin didn't do shit. Well, no, actually, he did plenty of shit. It was fucking great.
Destroy the child.
Trump
Corrupt them all.
Trump bombed one airfield. Turned out there were a bunch of Russian mercenaries on the airfield that weren't supposed to be there. They die in the attack, and Putin runs away with his tail between his legs and doesn't do a fucking thing. Because he doesn't know what Trump's gonna do, because no one knows what the fuck Trump is gonna do. He's a fucking man. Why would Putin be frightened of Biden? He knows exactly what Biden's gonna do. Mumble, shit his pants at the Vatican, and fucking wander off stage.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
That's quite a line reading. Whoa, that's it? There's no Krang. Oh, well, I guess we fought Krang.
Yeah, you
we won.
fought him already.
Usually he's the final boss after Shredder.
That would have been at least $40 at an arcade right there.
Dude, we just spent a small fortune at the arcade here.
Well, isn't that funny? Like, the turtles are all supposed to be incognito, and they literally have a blimp flying around
They
that says turtles.
literally have a bright-ass yellow blimp. Let's get shell!
I don't like how the 2003 Turtles talk shit about the blimp in Turtles Forever.
They shouldn't have a blimp.
It's cool. Fuck you.
It's not cool. It's retarded.
Ravenhouse Mystery, hello Razor, is Zelensky becoming the bad guy now?
He's gonna be, like I said, I mean, I just addressed this, but I think when shit goes sideways in Ukraine, they're gonna need a scapegoat, and there's nobody who's more eligible for that role than Zelensky himself. There's just nobody. He's gonna get thrown under the bus at Mach speed.
OG TMNT Arcade got second place, so if you want to play that.
Nice.
All right.
But I mean, if Zelensky, like, the shark hasn't been jumped already, he's now calling for preemptive strikes on Russia. Like NATO, let's just go out there and launch like a tactical nuke at Russia. I mean, nothing's gonna happen.
Let's do some Turtles 2 arcade game. old school NES.
Nice.
Or Turtles 3. I don't know which of those two.
Any of them.
Because that's 2-player. Actually, hold on. Gotta make sure we have... Okay, no slow
Let's
down.
do some more tournament fighters. Damn it. I'm out for revenge.
No
I'm out for a kill, Razor.
Out for a kill! God, that movie sucks.
It does.
It is not good. Easy mode. Yes, thank you, please. That game was hard. Game journalist mode. I like how the cover art for this game is pure lies.
Seizure.
Crossfire made a meme about communism, but then I realized to be more accurate, it should be called an usus instead of a meme. Us? I don't know. What's Irish and stays out all night?
An Irishman?
It's a really easy one.
I don't know.
Potatoes.
Patio furniture. Moving on. Foot Clan Fozzie Bear. Since Tactical Hobo is back in AZ, you guys should consider playing another Star Wars game together. It will be worth it just for the Star Wars puns. May the Schwartz be with you.
Yeah. Well, if you ever get a VR headset, dude, it'd be cool to do some fucking multiplayer on Squadrons.
That would be cool.
Or you could fly in my wing in a fucking fighter jet.
Wow, he's abducting the entire city.
Yep, he abducts the island of Manhattan.
Statue of Liberty wasn't enough. Now he's going for the whole island. That 8-bit music, though.
It's got a good soundtrack, this game. Nice. All right. This is a good one. Hard as shit, but a good game.
Keep the damn island.
Right? And I think, yeah, this is the version. I think Game B is the one where you can't hurt each other, so.
Mercenary X.
Yeah!
Make it 3 people who watch Rise. The person in question is a friend of mine who loves that thing, and she tells me I'm missing out by not watching it.
You're not.
Can't understand anyone liking it.
Yeah, let me guess. The fight scenes are good. That's all you ever hear about Rise of TMNT. And it's like, yeah, the motion on them is great because the detail of the characters is complete dog shit because the art style's terrible. It's a fucking pure Cal Arts hipster horseshit. No one's missing out by not watching Rise of TMNT.
I
That
don't
show
like
sucks.
mayonnaise.
Which one is that? Rise of TMNT.
The new 2D animated show that got canceled. I mean, it's dead. Apparently, they're doing a movie on Netflix of it, and it's probably going to wrap it up. The 2012 show is legit good. It's a very good show.
Which we need to finish up. We stopped, like, not even in the first season.
Yeah, I need to... I think I'm going to get a complete collection on Blu-ray or something. And then we'll go through it.
Mercenary...
If you don't skip ahead, you fucking traitor.
Oh, what? We never got together to watch 2003, and so I kind of watched it on my own. Mercenary X, the worst part about my friend is she's huge into the TMNT community fan art. Did lots of fan arts of Mona Lisa and Usagi Yojimbo and Turtles. Her liking Rising is like a betrayal. Betrayal! Betrayed me!
Oh.
Night Shift
Why
says
did
nice.
they get ninja stars, but we don't?
Bong
Legit
Shift.
question.
Oh, I remember this.
Bryce Wilson, RazörFist, do you use any writing resources? I haven't done any long form writing since high school and need a refresher.
No, I don't. I write the story in one go until it's finished. That would be my writing advice. Get it done. Get it done. Don't stop until it's done. Then you can go back and fix any problems. Just get the fucking thing done. Because if you let yourself think about it too much, you will come up with a million reasons why you should start over, stop writing. The world of Night Vale, I've told this story before, came from a full-length novel that was actually part of a, what is it called? A diptych? You know, a duology. And, I got one full book in and half of the second book in, and then I came up with, this was years ago, and then I realized I had done something I wanted to change, and I, wound up, okay, I'm gonna go back and do a completely new draft of both books, basically. These were full-length novels, mind you. These were not pulps. These were long stories. And I had created the whole world for it, and basically I just never got around to doing it again because it's so much work, and it just... Yeah. So if you come up with reasons not to finish the story, you'll never fucking finish it. So just power through, finish it, and then fix it.
Shlomo Bagelstein. Tim Pool. Okay, guys, I know this is the 28th. I've said this, but this time it's really happening. The Civil War... I mean, we're on the brink of World War III.
Wake up, everybody! It's World War III. The bombs are dropping.
Frosty chocolate milkshakes.
Emperor Creatine. After 14 years of looking, I finally found a physical copy of Fire Emblem GBA.
Didn't you give me a VHS with the Tracy Ullman shorts?
Probably.
The Simpsons Tracy Ullman shorts.
On turtle.
Yeah! There we go! We got some Turtles notifications tonight, folks. Woo!
Night Shift, I knew it. Razor and Spoonie are the same person.
That's not true.
I thought it was Styx.
Hides, ever heard of a French comic called Eagles of Rome?
No.
Paul, thank you for the 20. Hello, guys. Sorry if you've been asked this already, and I know it's a downer topic. But do you think you guys may end up in nuclear war with Russia?
Oh my God.
No.
I don't, but you keep escalating this conflict, and it's not like it couldn't happen.
It's within the realm of possibility.
It is. I don't think it's likely, but it's not impossible, and people who dismiss it out of hand, I think, are missing the point. That we keep raising the stakes, and it's like we're kind of leaving Russia with no option. Because you have to remember, Russia is basically a dictatorship, but even a dictatorship has multiple wings of its government. And there's believe it or not, there's an even more militaristic wing of the Russian government than Putin himself. And they've been calling for strategic nuclear bombardment for like the last year.
Yeah,
Believe it or not, Putin is comparatively moderate.
Trump's not in office. We can bomb them now. They'll be weak.
More or less, yes.
Well, the really scary thing then, Razor, is what if, some of these people are theorizing, oh yeah, Putin's like dying, blah, blah, blah. What if somebody actually takes him out or he dies, and then somebody even more insane takes power? That's the scary thing.
Yeah.
And look who the hell's running, our country. It's not exactly competent, or any fucking nuclear power is pretty much run by insane people right now. So that's kind of scary.
And if Kamala were installed for some reason, that would not be immediately apparent. I mean, Biden is fit as a fiddle, as we can all see. That would essentially mean Pelosi is running the country, because she has deep, deep, deep ties to Nancy Pelosi. So that would basically be a Pelosi administration.
Brian just got the entirety of Card's Ender books on in PB.
Whoa, shit.
Paperback, I believe. Very cool.
Sweet.
I'm gonna mess this up. Dylan, any thoughts on Amorphous' Carillion Isthmus album?
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Yeah.
I know the band, but...
Composite Frylock, it's Saints rowing time. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
White Monkey,
Did you just almost fall off the sub?
I did.
what do you think of Red Eagle politics? I don't know what that is.
Not super familiar with their stuff.
Yeah.
It's a YouTube channel, right?
Oh, it is?
I think so.
TR, with the Nord Stream going up like the Hindenburg and Sleepy Joe looking guilty as sin, do you see Germany or even the entire EU paying us back the favor sometime in the future?
I don't see that. I think we have them by the short and curlies economically, but still.
Yeah, this game's supposed to be fun.
I mean, I'm seriously wondering if we'll ever definitively find out who did it, though. It's gonna be one of those things.
A seismologist came out, as we talked about on the Razor Force Offensive. Multiple seismologists have analyzed it. One of the more credible ones came out this last week and said it's literally impossible that it was some underwater earthquake or what. It had to be an explosion. There had to be some kind of explosion involved. So, it all but confirming sabotage of some kind.
I just feel like we're never gonna really know who did it.
Right.
I mean, there's gonna be lots of theories, but you think Biden's gonna just come out and say, "Yeah, I did it." I mean, he might because he doesn't know what he's doing, but
I'll probably admit to it when he's not paying attention. Oh fuck this motherfucker!
What's his name again? It's the bull.
Fuck. Ah, shit!
Happily Lonely just bought the Long Moonlight. Hey.
Hey. No, I didn't mean to pick him.
Ground Chuck and what's his partner's name?
Fuck. Ah. Oh, come on.
God Emperor Bigfoot saw the original Turtles in theater.
Got him.
Test your skills. Please do the the rat. It has a name. Scene.
You just did.
do it as Trump.
This guy knows where Splinter is. Ah, the rat. So it has a name. It had a name.
Dirtbag, thank you.
You lie! Do I? Fucking classic.
Critical Orc Theory.
Well, it kind of pisses me off that Leonardo's voice actor's never been involved in any of those reunions.
I wonder why.
Billy Tochi? The dude from Police Academy.
Critical Orc Theory. I haven't donated much lately because I ran out of George Sauron bucks. Firehaps, why are people freaking out over AI art? It's just tracing for people who are too lazy to trace. Same scam, new tech.
I mean, you're basically just remixing other people's art. That's why I think it's going to wind up in a lawsuit at some point. Somebody's going to use an AI program to generate a cover, and like a retard, they're not going to realize quite what they're looking at, and it's going to have like a portion of somebody's signature in it or something like that. Right?
Oh, yeah,
Still
yeah.
in the art. And then somebody's going to recognize it and go, fuck that, and sue them. And it's going to be a goat fuck. It's going to be a mess. Because that's all it is. It just takes existing paintings and art and mixes them into a new painting, essentially, based on your description.
Night Shift, Weird Al's Christmas at Ground Zero is going to prove to be a prophetic in December, isn't it? World War III is going to be a bitch. Good luck,
There's a
everyone.
few Megadeth albums that are going to wind up being prophetic as well.
Right. I've been listening to a bunch of Megadeth recently. The new album is really good.
Yeah, I've heard it's pretty good.
Some really intense stuff. Like since
Have you
back
heard
in
the
their
new
heyday.
Onslaught, dude?
The new Onslaught? No.
Oh, it's fucking
No, I'll have to
amazing.
check that out.
Fuck it if you want some good thrash.
I love me some good thrash.
And it is red pilled as fuck too.
Vex just finished listening to Ideal War today. Aside from the other one you've read as an audiobook, what other Battletech books do you recommend?
I recommend Bread for War by Michael Stackpole. I recommend Decision at Thunder Rift and the whole Grey Death Legion trilogy. Or the whole Grey Death Legion series, rather. Highlander's Gambit is great by Blaine Lee Pardo. Man, there's a lot of good ones.
That's Terra.
So Ubi-san, not sure if you answered, but any inspiration for your Night Vale series while being careful not to be derivative like the Batman was to the Shadow?
Inspiration for my series?
Yes.
Oh, well, I've told this before, but when I made the world, I kind of said to myself, okay, no elves and dwarves, right? Keep in mind, I started thinking of the world when I was about 10, right? So I love elves and dwarves. It wasn't like because I don't like Tolkien, it's actually the opposite. I worship Tolkien. Tolkien's a fucking genius, and I love Lord of the Rings and whatever. And it's because of that I didn't want to copy it. So I said, no elves and dwarves. So right there, I started thinking more like, okay, but some of the fantasy races have to kind of fill similar functions. So I looked more at like animal kind of races. So at the time I was reading the Redwall series, and that was a huge inspiration. In fact, you're going to notice like a really big callback to Brian Jakes in the appendix that's included in Death Mask. There's summaries of, by the way, I should talk about the appendix content for you guys, because you guys, I held a poll on social media, on Facebook and Twitter, and on both locations, the appendix won. So you guys basically demanded an appendix at the end of the book with lore information. And essentially what's included in that is going to be a heavily abridged and summarized history of the land itself and the different like political machinations, which it's mostly political. There's not a lot of magic in my world. I've said this before, but there is magic in the world, but it is a crazy, controlled, utterly chaotic, explosive force that people can't control. It's not like, hey, I'm a wizard, I can cast fireball. No, it's like, I cast a spell and half the continent just broke in half. Like, it literally just... So this is sort of how that works. So most of it is just political, and keep in mind, I came up with this before Game of Thrones was a thing, before the books were even written. So the idea was having a fantasy book that wasn't about magic. It was more about the political machinations and whatnot. So anyways, it's going to have a history, and then it's going to have summaries of the different lands and the races that live there and how they kind of interact with each other. You're going to be able to see the languages, but I don't talk about how they work or show the full alphabet just yet. That'll probably be a later book that'll have that kind of stuff. And then what else? You get the full calendar. And something else. Oh, there's a glossary of terms and some other stuff. But yeah, that's pretty much what it is. It's mostly a history, a summary of each land, the different eras, and you kind of learn how the calendar works a little bit, and some of that stuff. So keep in mind, it's only part 1. I already kind of know what I want to include in future ones, so that'll probably have the languages and stuff in it. But yeah, it was, to your point, Redwall was a big inspiration, and Lord of the Rings was an inspiration in the sense that I didn't want to, I tried to do the exact opposite, right? And I guess the pulps, too, that I'm inspired by. Conan is a big inspiration for Deathmask, and so is, as with the first book, Raymond Chandler and Dashiell Hammett, crime pulps and stuff are a big inspiration. Bazooka!
Composite Frylock, we need hobo representation. When's Demolition Man coming to the MCU? Protector, what we witnessed last night wasn't a public debate. It was a public execution.
Oh, man.
Blake Masters is going to steamroll Mark Kelly on Election Day.
I'm amazed. If he gets any kind of bump out of that debate, he may wind up pulling this out, guys. I said on the Razor Force Offensive, I think he's more likely to lose than Kerry Lake is. But, boy, if that debate is any indication and he gets any kind of bump out of it, this might be a big-ass upset. Because I don't think Mark Kelly has pulled behind Blake Masters yet. I don't think that's happened yet. But you might see that in the next couple of weeks. Let's put it this way. Mark Kelly right now, according to the People's Polling Project, which, again, was like the most accurate polling firm in 2020 and 2016, according to them, Mark Kelly's only ahead by 1 point. And if it's any kind of red wave election, that lead will disappear. Even if it's a light red wave, even if it's a red trickle rather. Ah! God, I hate this guy.
Cult Personality, what's your over-under on Herschel Walker winning in Georgia?
Looked a little weak, and it was kind of a different thing from the Mark Kelly Blake Masters debate. I thought he looked a little weak, but I don't know. I'm gonna reserve judgment. I want to wait and see what the post-debate polls show, because then I'll have a better idea. Manhattan is suspended in the sky. An improvement then.
The Grizzly. Just played my first game of Fallout Wasteland Warfare expansion, the New Vegas one. Me and my bro played the NCR fending off the Legion. The AI cards to play co-op are tough to play against. We lost twice against it.
Is that a tabletop? That's the new Fallout tabletop?
I think so.
Interesting.
And thank you for the 20.
Is it like a miniatures game or a card game or what?
It might have miniatures, I think, if I remember the pictures correctly.
There's a new Sniper Elite game, but it's designed by a communist, so fuck that.
Middlehead Martyr, thank you for the 666.
A tabletop game with miniatures and everything. It looks cool, but the dude who designed it, they put his name in the fucking profile, and I was like, out of curiosity, I clicked on it, and he was like, fucking the workers and the goddamn proletariat, and fuck, this is the guy who designed the Sniper Elite game. And then I pointed it out to the Rebellion or the Sniper Elite Twitter account. I'm like, are you guys okay with this guy being a proponent of an ideology that's killed 45 million people in the fucking 20th century alone conservatively? Fucking the designer blocked me. Sniper Elite count didn't.
Cave Johnson, in the past you've talked about how bad escort missions are in games.
Yeah.
I agree that most games don't get them right. The only one I've found that is good is in Deep Rock Galactic.
Really?
Please stream it again.
I like that game.
Yeah, it's fun.
By the way, have you ever played that, Hobo?
I have not. What kind of game is it?
It's
fucking space dwarves, dude.
Dwarves so greedy for gold, they go to space.
They go to outer space to
damn.
mine like planets and shit.
Wow.
And so every planet is like randomly generated, right? So you sort of go there, and the gold is hidden somewhere else. Essentially, all the minerals are hidden somewhere, and then monsters are attacking you. You never know what kind of crazy alien wildlife is going to be there, and you got to get back to your ship. Oh, it's co-op, by the way.
Yeah.
It's fucking multiplayer co-op, dude. It's a blast.
Huh?
It is a good game.
Fiction.
That's a middle market kind of middle budget game too.
Fiction Theorizer celebrating being able to use Super Chat again. Woohoo! Have fun with the game.
Right on.
Happily Lonely. The ads on YouTube have gotten out of hand. The other day I got 3 unskippable ads in a row.
It is ridiculous.
From what I hear,
totally
it's
ridiculous.
going up too.
Yeah, apparently they want to make it as much as 5 pretty soon.
And they're trying to block ad blockers on Chrome. I'm sure lots of you have heard about that. Manifest version 3 or whatever it's called. Gonna nerf the browser.
Really? A fucking bazooka that fires gas grenades? Couldn't you just throw those? You know what I mean?
1000th. May I propose the Tin Age of comics for the 90s era? I remember you mentioned Mecha Bondesny a while ago. Can you recommend any more?
Oh gosh, I only recommended a few. The cool one that I really like is Clockworks. It's like steampunk mecha. It's like these crazy clockwork piloted mechs. The art is unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's the kind of shit manga used to do and it hasn't done in a while. That sort of different art style, sort of, you know, it's mecha, but it's a different spin on it. Mecha's got, in Japan has gotten very traditional, I've noticed, lately. Instead of, like, changing it up. That's one thing I have to say about the West with mecha. We may not have come up with it, but
we perfected
we
it.
usually have a different we usually at least have a different spin on it. Like the main event in BattleTech is not the mechs, and that's really the principal difference between Japanese mecha and American mecha. The main event is the political intrigue and the world, the detail of the world of BattleTech, right? Oops.
Mercenary X, remember to tell Razor thank you for mentioning me to getting him Deep Rock Galactic.
Yeah.
Using Chrome, well, that was your first mistake.
Well, of course. But normies don't know about better browsers.
Rob Webb, that is the largest, most broad $2 donation question I've ever seen.
Oh my God.
Rank the Solomon Kane and Conan stories.
Oh man, I can't do that.
Let me get a fucking
No, yeah, I mean, there's
appendix
so
out.
many of them. I'll just say my favorites. Tower of the Elephant is my favorite Conan, and my favorite Solomon Kane is maybe The Footfalls Within. The one where he kicks the shit out of Muslim slavers. And then the Muslim slavers kidnap him. And they're running along and suddenly they see a tomb. And it looks like it might have gold and shit. And they're so greedy they go and explore it. And Solomon Kane senses ancient evil from it. And he's like, homie, you better not go in there. And it turns out that there's an ancient Lovecraftian horror in there that like liquefies their bones and... Oh, it's genius. It's basically Lovecraft mixed with Solomon Kane. Oh, it's a great one. That's one of the best ones.
0, God mode equals game journalist mode.
Right. Ah!
Whoa.
The Gunslinger.
This is about as far as I ever got as a kid. This game got really hard later on.
The JR. Tonight on Friday Night Razor Force Wrestling, the bionic redneck tactical hobo takes on the excellence of elocution himself, RazörFist, for the IC title.
It did not go well.
No.
Squirrel Bait.
Let's get ready to rumble!
The redemption arc of Bishop in the 2003 show is so underrated you never see bad guys turn good because of a moment of kindness from an enemy anymore.
What's this guy's name again?
Ground Chuck.
Oh, Brown Chuck. Right.
Ah!
Primarch Vulcan, favorite non-Federation starship in Star Trek. He's already said it.
Yeah, mine is the
Derridex.
Romulan Warbird for
Yeah.
sure. What about you?
Non-Federation ship in Star Trek. I really like the Dominion battleship. I think.
Oh yeah,
like the one that is in
and
that
I would
episode.
throw, sorry, the Jemadar fighter too.
That's cool. But yeah, like the one from that episode, like Valiant.
Yeah.
That's a beast of a ship. Those are pretty cool. Like Dreadnoughts or whatever.
And I've already said mine, the Romulan Senator class ship.
Is that the one from like Nemesis?
No, it's no, that's a scimitar. A Senator class is a 3 warp nacelle ship. It looks really cool.
Oh, okay.
It's very, very
like
sleek.
Star Trek Online, maybe.
I don't think they have it on Star Trek Online. They should.
I think.
Raven House Mystery. I gotta ask, Razor, best Cole story.
I don't know about that one.
And Night Shift. Who else loved the Turtles in Time soundtrack?
It's pretty good. I think there are better ones, though. Even on this collection.
Borg Cube is formidable. It's a box.
Like fans say, forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price for late pizza.
Right as we enter the sewer level.
Oh no, I remember this sewer level, so I got at least this far.
Lance Corporal Hawk, thank you for the 50. Sorry I missed that.
Ah, shit!
Went to Disney World for my niece today. Had a great time. Surprisingly, didn't see much woke stuff. Went to Hall of Presidents. Was great until the current POTUS dummy. Favorite Disney movies before the woke times?
Favorite Disney movies before... Sleeping Beauty is unbelievable looking still. That art style is just incredible. I can't believe they did that in, like, fucking, what, the 50s? Incredible. That movie's still gorgeous. You could make Sleeping Beauty tomorrow and I'd believe it. What else? Robin Hood.
Robin Hood's
I
great.
always loved Robin Hood. Beauty and the Beast. I've always loved.
Beauty and the Beast is gorgeous. I would add Peter Pan to that just because it's a great adventure.
The Black Cauldron.
Black Cauldron is one I need to find. Rescuers is okay. Original Rescuers is a little slow. Going back and watching it?
Yeah, I like Rescuers Down Under a little bit more.
Yeah, Down Under was much better, I think.
And Brave Little Toaster, which I love.
Brave Little Toaster is amazing.
Is that Disney?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Fievel Goes West.
That was not Disney.
That was not.
That was
Disney?
Don Bluth.
Ah, fuck. Treasure Planet's fun. And also favorite Mel Brooks movie. Wow.
Oh.
Could just say Spaceballs.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Aladdin, yeah.
History of the World Part 1 or whatever the fuck is fucking great. Space. I mean, I want to say Spaceballs. It probably is Spaceballs, actually, for me. But he has so many good movies. Young Frankenstein is fantastic.
Somebody brings up Young Frankenstein too. Yep.
Although I don't think Young Frankenstein is that funny, like at times. But it is like such a tribute to the old Universal monster movies that I just like. It's so well done.
Titan AE isn't Disney.
Yeah, wasn't it? Oh no, that might be Don Bluth. Titan AE might have been Don Bluth. And I believe Anastasia was too, which is also a good movie. Fucking Hunchback of Notre Dame is good. And Pocahontas, despite being utter ahistorical propagandist horseshit, is
yeah, Titan was Don Bluth.
Has fantastic animation and a pretty good soundtrack.
Red Planet Studio got a leatherback version of The Hobbit today.
Oh, cool! I have a leather-bound Lord of the Rings, complete Lord of the Rings.
Alabaster scarf. I got something nice to protect my X52 Pro HOTAS setup.
Ooh.
Nomex flight gloves. Like what real pilots use.
Very cool. Very
He's got a
cool.
Mouser mech.
Yeah, I sometimes when I use the flight stick, I'll use like driving gloves or something like that.
This is a boss?
Yep. This was a toy too. I remember my friend had it.
You know what's an underrated boss? The three-headed Mouser mecha from the now impossible to find Out of the Shadows beat 'em up.
Out of the Shadows game, yeah.
Yeah.
Such an underrated game. That was one of those games that come around every now and then, and critics dogpile it, so everyone assumes it's shit, and nobody wants to hear you recommend it years later, even though it's clearly good. It's one of those games. The hive mind is a bitch.
That Viking guy, are you looking forward to seeing Assassin's Creed Mirage? The only thing
I am actually. I'm interested in going back to the Middle East, and the character who's the main character who was in Valhalla was like the most interesting character in that game. So I'm actually, and the stuff they're saying about it, that it's going to be way more of a stealth game. That it's really going to be about stealth.
The only thing I see wrong with it is, so far, is the main protagonist's mentor is a woman in the golden age of Baghdad.
Yeah, that makes no sense. That makes zero sense. But that's Ubisoft. But the game itself looks good. The thing that sucks is they basically said they want to include legalized gambling in the fucking thing. Which, I mean, you see YouTubers freak out about the fucking gambling and I mean, look, I'm a... On the subject of gambling, I think it should all be legal anyways. The only issue, really, to me, is it being marketed to children. Now, when was the last time an Assassin's Creed game was under an M-rated game? That sounds like a you being a shitty parent problem. If you're letting your child play an Assassin's Creed game, maybe you shouldn't blame Ubisoft for you being a bad parent. But
Legalized gambling, like you're talking about loot boxes or whatever?
not loot boxes. They want to do like almost full fucking slot machine mode. Like they want to be shameless about it, from what I understand. I will be right back, guys.
Stop talking about Gundam Evolution in the chat. They're not going to put in Big Zam. That's as tall as a skyscraper. Anyway. Opinionated junkie. Biden is not Palpatine. More like Theoden posed. I think he means possessed. Damn people.
Sounds about right.
Using your fucking phones to watch this. How dare you?
How dare you?
In your autocorrects. Lance Corporal Hawk. Gonk TMNT style. No anchovies. Zim the Despot. Star Wars was mentioned. I have been summoned. It is time to make the Tion hegemony great again. Tion?
I'm not familiar with him. I mean, but there's lots of expanded universe stuff.
Must have fucking or autocorrect again. Where did I leave off?
Cicero has emerged.
Yes. Megan for pets again. Emperor Creatine, once we mass produce Big Zam, we'll defeat the Federation in no time. Oh, Jesus. Henry. I will read that question when he comes back. Gunslinger. Konami. We've been proudly making games since 1969. Kojima. Not if I have anything to say about it. Anything that's not a question. Middlehead Madmen. Thought of the government buying $290 million in radiation meds. Oh, thoughts. Yeah, that was a question, except it didn't have a question mark. Fuck you.
Yeah, I'm sure that's for no reason. I mean, they just like having it.
Yeah,
No
I'm
reason.
sure it'll be evenly distributed too. You rich motherfuckers.
I heard they're buying up a lot of the, what is it, potassium iodide or whatever, too. That's not even counting the anti-radiation meds.
Matthew Pickard. Also, I just completed everything needed for my application for a non-restricted firearm in Canada. Hopefully Trudeau doesn't ban shotguns and rifles. The man would ban everything if he could, and he
Yeah.
probably will.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Thousands. Speaking of good Disney movies, I was watching the old Pinocchio movie the other day out of spite. It holds up unbelievably well. Michael McLeod.
I assume you don't mean the 90s live-action remake with Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
God, that still exists, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's so funny that they did a live-action remake just now that sucks ass, and it's like, dude, Disney, you already did this. And you did it with better effects back then. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's not like that was an obscure film.
Michael McLeod, the Romulan Empire, claims Cicero. Some random name. Oh, sorry, I mean Lampshade. Any plans for a Nightmare Arcade? We've got a few. I suggest
Maybe, possibly.
I suggest Bloodstained. That has been on the list. Also, thoughts on the new bug item in Hunt Showdown. Seems exploitable as hell.
You think? I gotta be honest. I'll give it a whirl because Crytek have been so good with that game to this point. But Hunt Showdown does not need a drone camera. It does not. And it's actually so bad, it might shake me off the game. If it's bad, that may be it for me on Hunt Showdown. And I have like 900 plus hours in the fucking game. So, yeah, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan at all.
Mithrin.
It is interesting how a lot of the YouTubers who are saying they love it also happen to have exclusive access from Crytek to the testing server. Not the Hunt Showdown test server, the private, developer-only test server. They got to test out the item long before anybody else. I'm sure that's a complete coincidence.
Mithrin, I asked Blaine his opinion on MechWarrior Co-op. He said he might be open to that. Arch and Kibbs would be open to whatever, like Deep Rock Galactic as well.
Sweet. Hurry up!
I'm back. All right.
That was deliberate.
Hey, Cicero. Oh,
Henry.
him again.
Yep.
Which Russian novel embracing 500 characters takes place during the Napoleonic era?
Stop it. Stop it. How did you not know that was a quote?
I know.
War and Peace.
Jackson 8, most underrated villain. Mine is Vincent Price as Ratigan in The Great Mouse Detective.
I don't know. Disney villain, I assume he's talking about?
I assume, yeah. I've always liked Jafar.
Yeah, Jafar was pretty good. Scar, I mean, everybody says Scar, but Scar was great.
Is he underrated, though?
Yeah, I don't know if underrated is the... He seems rated about where he needs to be.
Hose brain.
All right, gack face.
You big goof.
Metal Ninja, do you see the establishment turning on DeSantis? It feels like they will turn on him and cast him out as soon as he doesn't run against Trump.
I think he is going to run against Trump. Oh, no!
Wait, you don't get unlimited continues on this one, huh?
Oh, that is bullshit.
Oh,
yes, we do.
You only
Yes,
get
we
3,
do.
though.
Stop sucking.
Yeah, I thought we got unlimited, so I thought I
Easier
could
for
suck.
you to say. You're not fucking around with it.
Get good.
All right.
Metalhead Madman, thank you for the 20. We did just talk about them buying radiation meds.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I think the best thing to do...
Epic Times, speaking of which, had a really good piece the other day about the dangers of how China are responsible for most of our prescription drugs, and there have been a lot of recent cases of the prescription drugs being intentionally or unintentionally essentially poisoned.
Demonetized.
Not allowed to talk about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about, dude. I've never heard of that, but
I wasn't paying attention. What? Emperor Creatine. Frollo has the best villain song, Changed My Mind. Frollo?
Oh, from Hunchback of Notre Dame. Yes,
Oh.
Hellfire, dude. Fucking Tony J.
Metalhead Madman. Sorry, Terran, I forget to proofread a lot. Yeah, well. It is what
But
it
no,
is.
I don't know. Kill the Beast by the Gaston song from fucking... That's pretty fucking metal. Pretty good.
It might be a bit, normie, but I kind of like Be Prepared that Scar sings in The Lion King. Sir Yubi-san, why is the Mega Drive version of Tournament Fighters not your favorite? Mine
Because
is
it's not as good as the SNES one. It just isn't.
because it's too hard like the old Fatal Fury game.
No, it has nothing to do with the difficulty. The SNES game can actually be very, very hard when you're fighting the computer, but... No, it's just... The inputs are dog shit. You don't have as many special moves, and they're not as good.
Bring me a body bag.
Animations aren't as good. Graphics aren't as good. It's not as good. It's just not as good.
Bonk Sips, I'll check your $10 message here in a bit, don't worry. Alexander Ferris, man, I love this game when I did not know about that PD.
Huh?
PD?
I don't know.
Bastard Luigi. Evening, boys. Saw you guys were rocking some Turtles tourney and had to pop in. So many hours spent on this game as a kid. You guys banned Donnie. I don't think they played as Donnie.
Donatello is pretty OP.
why didn't I pick him then, damn it? I didn't know.
Fo Chung, talking about nukes in Russia, what is your take on the Metro games? I like them. He has
We
not played them.
streamed- Yes, I have.
Oh, yeah, you
We
did.
streamed one.
It was so long that you said, oh, I haven't played them yet, and then we actually did. I forgot. Was that the first one
What?
that you streamed?
No, Metro Exodus was, I believe it's the most recent one.
Oh, okay. Damasta, Razor, when's the next Blade Runner stream? I already read that one.
Blade Runner Tournament Fighters.
Yeah.
Alexander Ferris, mistyped when I was a kid. Oh, I see.
All these fireball inputs will be lost in time. Alright.
Damasta, imagine if Ghost did a cover of Hellfire.
Right?
Game Translator, why did the music industry ignore the media attempt to cancel Michael Jackson? Too much money at stake? Too obvious the HBO thing was a PR campaign? To intimidate the judges in the estate lawsuit?
Why did who? What?
Why did the music industry ignore the media attempt to cancel Michael Jackson?
Because the music industry wanted to buy back his catalog. Because he had just bought the half of Sony Music. So this is what I talked about in my original music mythos on Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson had become more valuable dead than alive. He was making less money as an actual artist than he would make for them if they bought back the other half of their catalog. They would make many, many times more money than if Michael Jackson was as successful as he had been in the 80s. So, it's like the music industry, Sony didn't kill Michael Jackson, but they were complicit in that they just sort of stood by, never defended him, and hoped that he would die so that they could take his music, which is exactly what they did.
I thought I turned that one off.
Should never turn that one off.
Charles, now shall you deal with me, O Prince, and all the powers of hell. Maleficent didn't need a fucking song to be badass.
Right?
Oh, did you hear? Milo was saying the same thing. Oop.
dine on turtle soup.
Milo was saying the same thing about Kanye, that they were going to Michael Jackson him because he's supporting the wrong people.
I mean, they've already done that to his career.
Stealth Creations.
And you know Kim Kardashian distancing herself had more to do with... There was more going on there than just him having bad habits and mental issues. There was more there. She knows her career will be done if she stuck around with him for much longer. I mean, this is a bitch who leaked her own sex tape to kickstart a career she never deserved to have, right? So this is someone who's willing to do a lot of shit for money and fame. A divorce is pretty small potatoes by comparison.
Stealth Creations. Here's a scene you should act out. Solomon Kane scolds the turtles in the sewers after stepping on their pizza.
What a shame.
Fiction theorizer. Almost all old school Disney villains are all normie. It's not always a bad thing. Vanguard, thank you for the 20. Thoughts on the current source book for Ill Clan?
I'm not buying any new Catalyst products, so you would have to tell me.
He says, I'm a Marian hegemony man.
I'm not giving Catalyst a dime, and I recommend you don't either. Here's the thing about BattleTech. It's been around for decades. You don't need any of the new stuff. You can just buy it on the aftermarket. Not the Ill Clan stuff, because that's new. But here's the thing. They fired Blaine Pardo, who launched the entire Ill Clan era. Fucking Blaine Pardo. Blaine Pardo wrote like the first 3-4 novels and a bunch of short stories to kick off the Ill Clan era. Buying Ill Clan shit now is like pointless. They fired the guy who was driving the whole thing. Fucking stupid. So it's a waste of time. I wouldn't. I did, before all this went down, I had seen some of the Ill Clan stuff. And it looks like the Free Worlds League is on the comeback trail, which was kind of cool. Why won't he die? I know.
Low Pro, underrated villain, George C. Scott in Rescuers Down Under. Or Rescuers DA? Alexander Ferris, PD equals prescription drugs. Scarfy the Strange, I've been partialed to Friends from the Other Side from Frog Princess.
Oh, Lord. Ugh. God, that fucking tailspin is fucking overpowered.
But it's a classic. Sir Ubisoft.
Reserve's got nothing to do with it.
Damn it! Fucking die, dude! Look at this shit! Fucking tail spam. How long has he been flashing for? Like fucking...
You are one shot, literally. Sir Ubisoft, favorite MJ song? I have too many to count.
Dangerous.
Mine would be Smooth Criminal and Hobo.
I like Thriller a lot. Normie. I don't know as much about his catalog as you do.
They just called Shredder a Bogart.
Skullduggery, Ghost is to metal what Scooby-Doo is to horror.
New Ghost is. I mean, Ghost now, like, just makes pop music. I think they've gone about as far into the pop direction as they need to. I think their next album needs to be a little heavier. They're getting a little soft, to be honest. And it's actually, I'm noticing it's turning off some of their fans. And Tobias Forges said a long time ago, like, we're probably going to go as far as we can into the pop direction, and then we'll have to pull it back a little bit.
Low Pro, hey Razor, what's your favorite synthwave or shredwave artist?
I like Mega Drive a lot. Fazio's great.
I'm loving Dance with the Dead and looking for ones that sound similar. High tempo stuff.
Yeah, Fazio's a good one. Fazio's like a guitarist first and foremost, so there's a lot of shredding in his stuff.
I highly recommend Ultra Boss, Cassetter.
Does that actually have guitar in it?
Yeah.
Are they actual guitarists that know what they're doing, or is it just
Well, I'm just
the
saying.
occasional wang?
I'm giving out recommendations. He can judge for himself. Ultra Boss, Cassetter, Volcar X, or no, Dance with the Dead was also going to be one of mine. Common
I
J,
don't like mayonnaise.
thank you for the 20. What makes a good rival to a protagonist in a story? Not a villain, but more a foil for the hero.
In a narrative? I mean, I think you don't need it to be a Gary situation from Pokemon where they're competing over the same spot or whatever. It can be somebody who's pursuing... I mean, hell, in The Long Moonlight, there was an inspector character who was kind of following the main protagonist around, and he wasn't portrayed as a dick, and he wasn't portrayed as, like, a rival, but he was sort of hunting the main character at the same time that his exploits were going on. It can be that simple, right? It's not about introducing rivals, it's about introducing conflict, because story is conflict. I think you're kind of describing a trope, actually. I would recommend, like, maybe
He's
reworking
basically-
that until it's less tropey, right?
Who can be the Sasuke to my Naruto?
Oh my god. You would go there.
Game translator. Trevor
The
Noah.
Vegeta to my Goku!
Trevor Noah supposedly started dating a pop singer right as his career started going down in flames. I'm sure it's not a sham coordinated by talent agencies and PR to try to keep him relevant. Some Centurio.
It's amazing. I had never looked into the Daily Show's ratings, but I did recently. First off, like, that show's never been huge ratings. I don't know what the fuck. I mean, it's probably better than most of what Comedy Central puts on the air. But, fucking the highest rating or something during the Jon Stewart era, regular, like, mean rating per season was like 1.4. It wasn't even that great, right? I think they popped larger ratings on individual episodes, like they popped to 4.0 one time, which again is not that great considering the time period a lot of those ratings happened. Trevor Noah, his rating was like 0.7. Like, when he left, it was under 1 million viewers.
Some Centurio. Any more MechWarrior Dark Age novels that you could recommend?
I haven't read a lot of the Dark Age novels. So not really. I have a few. I mean, I have a few, but I'd be recommending them without reading them because I haven't read those ones. I have a big Battletech novel collection. I've read most of them, but not a lot of the Dark Age ones are kind of waiting to be the last ones I read. From what I understand, and Blaine Pardo's explained this before, the problem with the Dark Age really wasn't that the concept of the Dark Age was bad. It was more so that the way the novels were written was like written around the HeroClix game. So the novels were sort of subservient to the game itself. And that's no way to write a story.
Roscoe Steele, thank you for the raid. Super Zippy, thank you for the 100 bits. Been working on my history fiction pulp, which draws inspiration from pre-World War Prussia, Germany. Emperor Meiji era
What is that,
Japan.
That game I showed you the other day, the fucking kind of Hunt Showdown Tarkov-ish World War I alternate history
Marauders.
Game? Marauders. It's like an alternate history.
It's very popular right now. People are streaming
Alternate
it a lot.
history extraction shooter. We gotta give that a whirl. It's an alternate history of the Great War, basically, where it didn't end.
And it goes into space.
Yeah, it's space and whatever, but it's an extraction shooter like Hunt Showdown, like Tarkov. Ah, fuck.
What the hell is this?
I know.
And King Kamehameha's unification of Hawaii, but in a twist of it taking place in an East and Far East left untouched by Marxism or communism or Western intervention corruption. Very cool. Keep working, right? Right. Pizza Slayer, thank you for subbing for 15 months.
Whoa.
Back over here. My life
That's
is
the Fugitoid, by the way. I don't know why the Fugitoid is shooting at us. They're supposed to be buddies.
My life is a complex pastiche. Thank you for the 20. What do you call people who are legally obligated to cosplay as Boba Fett?
Clowns. Man, talk about an overused cosplay outfit. Jesus Christ.
Do you know what to call them?
Oh, is it a joke?
Mandatorians.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame.
No.
Boba Fett cosplay at comic conventions is like the girl who wears cat ears to a fucking Halloween party. Right? I'm a cat! Shut the fuck up, bitch. You're a thought.
Sir Yubi-san, have you seen the Batman versus TMNT movie?
Yeah,
watched
it was okay. I mean, I did not agree with some of the shit they did. I wasn't crazy, first off, with the art style in places. Especially with regard to the Ninja Turtles. But the thing that really bugged me was you let Batman beat the Shredder in, like, one of the opening scenes. And it's like, okay, so primary antagonist suddenly shown to be a bitch, and all because the writers are Batman fanboys. Like, let's be real. Batman's not allowed to lose under any circumstances to anyone ever. So he kicks the Turtles' ass. The Turtles have kicked Shredder's ass, right? Before. But then the Turtles lose to Batman. It's like, what the fuck? Oh, shit!
Batman when we need him.
No! Somebody call Batman. They were big on the lightsaber for fucking Shredder in these games.
Now he's got a pink one.
He's got the Sam Jackson lightsaber a little bit.
Doomsday Machine used to have the TMNT games based off the 03 show and the movie for GameCube.
Ugh!
Absolutely love playing them. I wish they'd release them on Steam.
I do too. It'd be cool to have those released in a collection at some point. Get a Cowabunga collection volume 2 and include some of those 3D games.
The Southern
The
Gentleman. Thank you for the dollar.
2007 Turtles game, by the way, is really good. Actually.
Come on, stab him in the back like a hero. Damasta playing Pokemon Legends Arceus and just right now caught a female alpha shiny Rhydon. So, Razor Force, what should I name her?
John McCain.
Ugh.
What? It's a rhino.
John Hendy,
Oh!
did new metal become a thing because record companies shifted towards rap?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, sure. It was a way of pairing, hey, we still need to be able to sell rock records, but we're still focused on this rap shit. So how do we marry these two things that we're trying to turn into a cash cow? All right, well, let's mix rap with rock. Okay, we'll call it new metal. Good. Sweet. And, I mean, rap rock was already a thing. Body Count, the first Body Count record is fucking smoking. It's a good album. Ah!
Konnichiwa, carry the crates.
Nice! Fucking
Good shit.
Donnie did all the heavy lifting there.
Right on D's nuts.
Nice.
Oh shit! Fake out!
Scarfy the Strange. The most cosplay I've done was the ninja from the Secret World and the Shadow. Metalhead Madman, thank you for the 20. I think you talked about it in the past, but why was Deadwood canceled?
I mean, their argument was it's too expensive. Then, of course, they greenlit Game of Thrones. The most expensive television show ever made, until the Rings of Power, of course. What really happened was the executive of HBO, who had been sort of the rabbi for Deadwood. What'll happen a lot of times is when a new CEO comes in, they'll cancel all the previous projects and make their own because they don't want to share the credit, basically. This is very common practice. A really good example of this is Fox in the early 2000s when they went through like 3 CEOs in a 5-year period. They kept making a new slate of shows and canceling them all. That's what happened to Greg the Bunny and Family Guy and that 80s show and a bunch of the stuff.
It was so prevalent. Family Guy, when it came back, made a joke about it. It was the first joke that they made.
When it came back, yeah, absolutely. And so that whole thing essentially happened to HBO, only it happened in dramatic fashion. The guy who had greenlit Deadwood and who was a big rabbi for it and who had told David Milch, hey, this is getting a little expensive. Can you dial it back? And he said, no, I'm not going to. They wanted to do a shorter 4th season. And he said, David Milch said, I can't really do that. I can't wrap up the story. And so he said, okay, well, you can do movies. How about that? He's like, all right, I can kind of make that work. Whatever. Then that guy goes to Vegas. That CEO goes to Vegas. Gets drunk and high, hits a dude, gets arrested after fucking a hooker, getting caught with a hooker. Like, it was a big goat fuck. And that CEO winds up getting fired. And the new person comes in. I believe it was a woman. And she basically cancels all the good shows. Basically, Carnival, fucking Rome, Deadwood, all the good shit. She put The Wire on a timetable of when it needed to end. And basically all the good shit, and replaced it with nonsense like True Blood and Game of Thrones and whatever the fuck else, right? So it was basically that. It was just studio politics. But yeah, basically they said, we're not canceling. Technically, Deadwood didn't get canceled, by the way. What they did, and this was scummy, because David Milch didn't want to end it, and he said he wasn't going to end it. So what does HBO's scummy ass do? What does the fucking bitch who's running HBO still to this day, what does she do? She fucking doesn't renew their contracts. She lets the actors out of their contracts. The show's not even canceled. But basically now it doesn't have a cast.
Unbelievable. Sid, I'm an artist in the video game industry who's aiming to dive into the Iron Age.
Hey.
I have my own ideas for an IP, but I'm afraid of getting fired once I go all out with a YouTube channel, blog, etc.
Right.
Any pointers on how to go about this?
Man,
have an exit plan?
It's tough because, and this is why I made my video this week about the Iron Age, is it was more about the people who are going to be bugling the call for the Iron Age, right? The people who are going to talk about it. We need a media, we need an alternative media for this. And IronAge.media is actually starting that, which is great. I would like to see more things like that. So, the big challenge is finding a megaphone. You can do that a number of ways. The way that Ethan Van Sciver did it was, okay, I'm going to start a YouTube channel where I start critiquing the current media culture, and then I'm going to provide my alternative. That worked for him. Eric July did the exact same thing. The genesis of Night Vale was a little different. I already had a channel that had been around for years, and then a publisher approached me. So slightly different. But that seems to be the formula right now that is working. That will generally you'll wind up getting a funded project and plenty of people will get it. And that is, you've got to establish a media presence online first. Then you can kind of launch your project off of that. That seems to be the way it goes. And I would say that can take a lot of forms. It doesn't need to be you shitting on SJW stuff all the time. It can be more like what Paul Chato is doing, right? He's a former network executive, and he started a YouTube channel where he, like, reviews modern stuff.
Don't trust China. China is asshole.
And talks about the history of film, and, you know, he's pretty good about that stuff. And he's got a sizable audience that is growing as we speak. And now if he wants to start his own projects on the side, if he wanted to, I don't know that he's even predisposed to, then he would be set, right? So I think that's kind of the model that's working, but this is why I want there to be an alternate Iron Age media. I want there to be people who are covering the new projects, because there's a lot of people, for every Eric July, who's a huge success, there's 10 or 11 different projects that don't go anywhere. You know, they start a Kickstarter, but they don't have an online presence, so they can't really shout it out, and it doesn't do anything. It's not their fault, it's just they weren't already an existing entity. So that's the most important thing. That's why I made my video. That is the most important thing right now, is to build the infrastructure of the megaphone that's going to advertise these projects, that's going to let people know, hey, here's the non-woke, not necessarily anti-woke in all cases, but here's the non-woke version of what you want. Oh shit, I'm dead.
It's up to Raphael to save the day.
Right?
The Southern Gentleman. Got any unique grips for your handguns?
Yeah, most of my grips, I swap them out for black grips. And usually checkered. I like checkering for the added just hold on the gun. So I generally go, I like, when I have a blued handgun, I tend to like black grips with it. I like how it matches and how it looks. So my 1911 has silver black wood checkered, like Spanish diamond checkered grips. Same thing for my Smith & Wesson Model 25, and my Ruger Blackhawk has the black checkered grips. Noticing a pattern here? My Smith & Wesson Model number 3 does have grips, but they need to be like they don't have a hole drilled in them yet, and I have no idea how to do that, to be perfectly honest. I have a power drill, but I don't think I have the correct drill bit so that I can sort of customize the grips and put them on.
Enough already.
Right?
You're right, flying stuff is always annoying.
It is!
So, are you
really? When they're right there gaining?
Raylan Givens. I now hate all mentions of World War II. Everything is Hitler, the invasion of Poland, and Neville Chamberlain. People have no other historical frame of reference.
Because that's all they learn in school. History teachers should be fucking ashamed of themselves. I was lucky enough to get a good one, a really good one, in school. I mean, the idea that the Civil War was not entirely about slavery, that came from my high school history teacher, who dissected the issue in detail. Right? This is a guy who knew what he was talking about. And he dissected all of the causes of the Civil War. Which is more than I can say for my college professor on history, to be honest. My high school history teacher was way more detailed and in-depth and had a much better understanding of history than my shitbag history professor in college, who was from Austin, Texas, and so were his politics. He had a thick Texas drawl and a handlebar mustache, and you would have thought, oh, this guy's gonna be based. No, couldn't have been more blue-pilled. Little bitch. He had like a silver mullet and everything. He was the cliche of every college history professor ever. He actually gave me a shitty grade on a couple assignments because he disagreed with my take on history. Actually wasn't because I hadn't fulfilled the assignment. He was a petty son of a bitch.
Elijah.
Bound to happen.
Razor.
Ah!
You and the Iron Age inspired me to make a tabletop skirmish game system and setting. Thank you. Hope you
Nice.
can play it someday.
Right on. All right. Okay, we still got some continues. Oh, no! I didn't mean to be Donnie. Oh, well.
Hey, you're always hogging Leo.
Always. Always.
Critical Orc Theory, the
Hey,
Kingdom of
sister.
Dome did nothing wrong. It's no different from how we orcs got our peons.
We was elves and shit.
Lance Corporal Hawk, I remembered I'd always do the Donatello, oh, yeah, yeah, as a kid before I'd fart. I don't know why, but I thought it was funny at the time.
What?
What's he talking about? Oh,
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Jake the Snake,
Should know.
Oh, from Ninja Turtles 2. Yeah. Yeah. Where he's pushing the clown.
oh, right.
Remember? It's fucking great.
I need to watch that again. It's been a while.
That movie is not good, but the animatronics are great. The effects are awesome in Ninja Turtles 2.
Charles, thank you for the 20. My history teacher was 100% a diversity hire. She tried to say in class that the Rwandan massacre was the largest genocide in human history.
Yeah, get this. My history professor and my high school history teacher went through did a unit on every single crusade. Like, I've never even heard of that. I didn't even do that in college. When I got to college and did world history, they didn't even cover all the crusades.
How many were there again?
I know, exactly.
I don't remember.
It was crazy. I got really lucky with my history teacher in high school. I got straight A's in that class, too. Like, it was a good class. I remember we held a mock trial for Harry Truman for dropping the bomb on Japan. And I was Harry Truman.
I don't like mayonnaise.
So I had to argue my case, and I fucking won, by the way.
Nice.
Only 600,000 died there. She didn't know about the Holocaust or the Holodomor. Zedekai, I had a college history professor who actually did a really good job dissecting the reasons behind the Civil War, too. And he was black to boot. One of my favorite teachers of all time.
Nice. You'll find them every now and then, but man, I'm sure less and less. The way teachers now are basically just philosophy majors who realize their degree's useless, so they go into teaching. It's like a fallback degree. It's like, darn, my gender studies degree didn't pan out for me vocationally. I'm gonna go ahead and propagandize future generations. That's essentially the entire teaching profession today. Both of my parents are teachers, by the way.
Okay, nothing new there. Jake the Snake, can you explain to me how the Great Depression actually started? I know it got worse with government intervention, but how did it start?
It started it started as all depressions do, inevitably.
Like the major always says.
Information is ammunition.
Inevitably with a panic, right? And a panic is not a depression, right? In order for it to become a depression, monetary policy then has to push it there, and that's exactly what occurred. Thomas Sowell has a really good breakdown on this. Of course, he's a huge economist. Thomas Sowell talked about how the unemployment had actually started to head in the other direction and was actually starting to go down. Government had already voted to institute all the bullshit government policies that wound up leading to the Depression. But it takes a while, right? It takes a while for any law to be enacted after it's voted on. So they voted on it, and then months go by, and all of a sudden unemployment's heading in the other direction. The market is literally correcting itself in real time. and then the policies go into place, and boom, you've got a depression. There it goes. That's the Cliff Notes. I recommend you, I think there's audiobooks, actually, of Thomas Sowell's breakdown on the Great Depression and the causes of it. It's actually a really good, I'd recommend that.
Nintendo Wii, possible video on how ESG actually works.
Maybe. Did you see fucking Cyberpunk? Apparently they're going all in on fucking ESG over at CD Projekt.
Oh god, what now?
Some internal memo or something came to light. I mean, they are going all in. They're going full Ubisoft. Good timing, guys. Just in time for everyone to be pretending that fucking game is worth a shit. You stupid, tasteless bastards. Yes, I'm talking to you in the chat.
Doomsday Machine, thank you for the
anime.
20.
That means the game is good.
I was fortunate enough to have two good history teachers. One was excellent and detailed like yours. Among other, the other one was essentially a blue-pilled dictator.
Ugh.
Got to see the difference firsthand. I graduated.
Whoa, he's back!
In 2019.
Oh, shit! He punched me into a fucking sign! Oh, come on.
Lampshade, ever seen the 58 Dracula with Peter Cushing? No, we still need to watch that.
I haven't watched any of the Hammer ones. We still have Universal ones to watch.
Yeah. Need to get a lot of those out of the way. Oh,
come on. Ah!
JGJ.
Get you fuck.
Thoughts on Blake Masters' raise family on single income promise and the populist rise of similar candidates like J.D. Vance.
I mean, it's clearly the way the party's going, and the Mitch McConnells and Kevin McCarthy's can go kicking and screaming all they want. They're just gonna get left in the dust the more they resist it. I've said it. Oh, what? He just ate my head! Toka just ate my head!
Yep.
Yes, he certainly did.
The fuck? Wow. Okay. Shit. Good shits. But, as I've said before, Trump inherited his movement. His movement's gonna survive him. Populism was always gonna come back. And states' rights was always gonna come back. And no, the Civil War did not settle it, and that's one of the reasons I'm making a Lincoln video. It's not so much about Lincoln. It's about the fact that the Civil War, really, when you break it down philosophically, the idea that the Civil War was fought over, it had nothing to do with slavery. I mean, these are issues, right? These are not causes. It was fundamentally about ending the right of secession. 30 years before the Civil War was even a threat, there was a secessionist movement, a very prominent one, and one that almost led to complete secession and the breakdown of the country, the New England secessionist movement. They debated that shit for 14 years, so multiple presidential administrations, including Thomas Jefferson. All the years of debate, 14 butt-fucking years of debate, not one president doubted their right to secede. Not one argued that they could not secede. President Lincoln comes into office and boom, suddenly secession is within doubt. Suddenly they have no legal right to secede because Lincoln was a dictator. Thomas Jefferson was not. It's really just that simple, right? And the problem, of course, is with the argument of emergency powers and so forth. And, he was facing a crisis, so all of the authoritarian measures that Lincoln undertook, they were all excusable because of that, because he was facing a crisis just trying to keep the country together. And of course, those are weasel words for he's trying to end the previous union and start another one. He's trying to start an involuntary one, which is what he did. And the proof really is in every sentence you've ever spoken involving the United States. Hey, Terran, real quick. When somebody asks you what country you're from, what do you say?
The United States of America.
Yeah, singular. Do you say Arizona, one of the United States, plural? Every sentence you've ever spoken about America has included proof that Lincoln was a tyrant and ended the sovereign United States of America. It's in our language. Prior to the Civil War, it was the plural United States of America. After the Civil War, it was the United States, a singular country. And that's really, like... So this is the reason I have to make my video, is because current leaders, as you can clearly see, are not... I wouldn't say they're provoking a boog, but they're definitely not trying to stop it. And the reason they're not trying to stop it is it worked out for Lincoln. People are still excusing his authoritarian measures on the basis that he was facing secession and a civil war. So they don't want to avoid it. It gets them off the hook. They can do anything they want. They can lock up whoever they want, kill whoever they want, invade their own citizens, kill them, seize guns. They can do whatever they want, and you will apologize for them afterward. And the proof is that many of you in the chat still apologize for Lincoln. There's somebody right now in the chat butt mad about what I'm saying about Abraham Lincoln. And listen to me, you cuck. You're the reason why Biden's behaving the way he is right now. Because he knows he'll get away with it. The worst that can happen is that he gets the moral certitude to do whatever he wants going forward.
Alexander Ferris, I hate Cyberpunk 2077. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's a pretty mainstream opinion.
Savage people.
I also have to laugh. 2 years later, they're like, my God, it sold 20 million copies. And it's like, didn't it sell like 12 million of those at launch? Like
That's just
it's
12
not
million
like
disappointed people.
Yeah, it's not like the game didn't sell. It sold very, very, very well at launch. It was just a shit game. The reason that game was a bomb was because it wasn't good, not because it didn't sell. I mean, most of that was in pre-orders, for Christ's sake. You remember how big the pre-order campaign for Cyberpunk was?
Oh, yeah.
It was fucking huge!
Savage Pupil, hey Razor, what do we do about the comments?
About the what?
The comments? I'm not sure what he means specifically. Striker A, if you read it in the Declaration of Independence, it's the United States of America. The United is in lowercase, and the rest is capitalized.
Yep. Not only that, but Virginia, in their declarative document, God, what was the... I'm trying to paraphrase. It was... I don't want to get this wrong, but it was something to the effect of, we do this to throw off tyranny if at some point in the future that same tyranny should become manifest in the alliance that we are now entering voluntarily. I remember voluntarily wound up being in that sentence. Then we will the Union will then be null, and we will return to the prior state of things. Essentially, they preserved the right to secede. And that was voluntarily accepted by all states that entered the Union. So it's irrefutably clear that it was a voluntary union and that Lincoln is a tyrant. Like, that is an objectively true statement. And it wasn't just Virginia, by the way. It was multiple states. Like, at least 3 of them had in their constitutions, in their state constitutions, when they joined the Union, had similar statements drafted. And it wasn't like, I mean, they held a vote to join the Union, to form a union of states. Rhode Island was 2 votes away from not even joining. New York was 10 votes away from not joining. So it was very voluntary, and it was a near thing.
Orion Slaver. What do you think the likelihood is that the U.S. has at least played a part in the sabotage of Nord Stream?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not prepared to say that. I think Biden didn't do himself any favors by running his mouth like he did in February. Because now you'd be insane to not suspect that the U.S. The idea that that's a conspiracy theory when the president himself said, "Hey, if Russia invades, we're literally going to destroy the Nord Stream pipeline." I mean, that's on Biden. That's not a conspiracy. Alex Jones didn't invent that. Joe Biden did. That's just, at a minimum, that's a classic example of why Biden needs to stop ad-libbing because he has fucking dementia.
Grave, will you be continuing the Metal Mythos series?
Yeah.
And
it's a pain in the ass, though, because of copyright, so it's going to happen whenever it happens, right? And plus, there's an awful lot of YouTube channels that have ripped it off. There just are, which makes me want to do it less, to be honest. There's a lot of fucking Metal Mythos ripoffs out there that many of you are watching.
I just say make it exclusive to Unauthorized.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it'll come to that. It's just... There's a lot of fucking clones out there. It's like, yeah, you're already getting your documentaries. Fuck. In many cases, you're getting the exact same opinions, and in some cases, you're getting the same phraseology. So, getting some of my writing.
Critical Orc theory: King Lincoln did nothing wrong. Middle-earth secession was a threat to Mordor democratic dictatorship. Justin, hey Razor, is there any news?
Steward Lincoln.
Is there any...
I love that, by the way. Styx is calling Biden Steward Biden.
That's pretty good.
It's classic.
Is there any news about the Netflix actors for Foggy and Karen coming back for Disney's Born Again?
No word on that. Apparently the only two that have definitively signed on are Charlie Cox and Vincent D'Onofrio, which, considering they start filming next year, I believe, is kind of hairy.
I really hope that they look at the script and just
yeah,
walk
I
away.
hope they don't. If it's as bad as it looks like it's going to be, I would not blame them for saying no. The sooner they say no, the more likely it is to get canceled. Because we have 3 near-perfect or perfect seasons of Daredevil. I don't need another. I don't need an inferior reboot. With woke politics thrown in? No. I'll pass on that. I'll take the 3 I've got.
Fo Chung.
I would appreciate, though, like a lot of people would, them releasing the 3rd season on Blu-ray. That would be nice.
So I heard CD Projekt Red has a new Cyberpunk game planned for the future, and 3 Witcher games. Yeah. But if they are going after that ESG money, I'm out.
Well,
I was out years ago. I don't know. I was out before it was popular.
Well, and didn't they literally gave a statement years ago, we will never go back to The Witcher, which I said at the time was a lie. And people were like, no, you don't understand. CD Projekt are the only company that tell the truth. Fucking, you moron.
Sir Ubi-san views on George Washington, if he has any sins.
I mean...
What a shame.
God. Shit. A good example of what I'm talking about. I think George Washington definitely believed in secession. One of his closest military advisors, who wound up being a politician later on, I'm blanking on the guy's name. He was a general, and wound up being in Washington's administration. Wound up writing a book later on, and he had a whole chapter on secession. And he went into detail on why it's completely permissible, lamentable, avoidable. Preferably avoidable. Uh-oh! Big nude brain in a gut. Isn't it Super Shredder at the end of this game?
Yeah, I think so. Tonight I dine on turtles.
Did he just shoot missiles out of his armpits?
No,
it was
from
out
his
of
chest.
I was like, what the fuck? Ah!
Hank, anybody else find it funny that when people see orcs who commit mass looting and rape, they think of the certain people in real life? Oh yeah, that was the biggest self-tell.
Dude, there's a great YouTube channel. I love prison YouTube channels. I don't know, it's a weird addiction.
Prison
YouTube channels, like people who just got out of prison and talk about what it was like.
Oh,
it's good. It's good. It's entertaining.
It sounds interesting.
One of the better ones, one of the older ones, is Fresh Out with this guy Big Herc. He's this huge dude, huge fucking bodybuilder dude. He actually lives in Phoenix now. And he's been going off on BLM the last, like, 5 videos. It is genius. His little rant, and, like, he had a live stream recently where he went off on a rant about, like, some of these fucking people didn't even think of looting until a Black Lives Matter rally. And he's fucking right, dude. The hive mind gets to some people. Like, I'm sure some people came there to loot. But some people had never looted in their lives until being part of the Black Lives Matter movement made it socially acceptable for them in that moment. And he's like, literally his point was they're creating looters, literally. And he's fucking right.
Well, yeah, if like the whole crowd starts doing it and they don't think they're gonna get caught.
It's the hive mind.
Yeah.
God damn, this guy has a shitload of health.
Captain Mercury. 100%. I 100% believe the reason Bill Gates and many elites want to decrease the population is because he's afraid he will lose control over people. That's part of the reason. Miguel. Greetings, Razor. Unfortunately, all my history teachers are propaganda pushers. It seems there aren't any history.
That's a shame.
Books that could recommend, or are there any history books that you could recommend to help out?
Oh God, for what?
He doesn't specify.
Yeah, I mean, a big red pill on the Civil War is definitely Emancipating Slaves, Enslaving Free Men. It's a very, very good book. There's some false premises in that book, in my opinion. Yup, it's Super Shredder.
Oh, and I can't come back.
It's happening! It's working! It's working! Hold on. I'm a safe. I'm a safe scum. You people can blow me. What? I don't remember this! Quick, somebody find me a wooden beam on a dock. Find me a ceiling to drop on his head, please.
Hank
I am
Stamper.
so fucked.
If you look at pregnancy backwards, it's a monster shoving a baby inside her, absorbing the nutrients for 9 months.
That
Tio.
explains why politically backwards people are so pro-abortion.
Have any of you played Neo?
No, I
No.
haven't. It's been on Game Pass. I've just never bothered.
It didn't interest me, really. McLeod.
It's like Geralt of Dark Souls.
Literally. I mean, and the character in the first game is Irish. Irishman in Japan.
Ah! Irishman in Japan, really?
Yep.
What the fuck? The Super Shredder can throw fucking fireballs. This is a thing that is happening. I think we get one more continue.
Let's hope.
McLeod, I know you've talked about Scott Adkins in the past. What is your favorite movie of his? Mine is Avengement.
Oh, man. Ninja 2. Ninja 2, Shadow of a Tear, I think it is.
Nick, Hail, Razor, and Terran,
Have you watched
Turtle
any of
Power.
those movies, dude?
The ninja ones?
Yeah, with Scott Adkins.
I don't think I've seen those. Actually.
Dude, I got them both on Blu-ray. I got the collection on Blu-ray. He is like the only modern action star that is even remotely comparable to anyone from the 80s.
Critical Orc Theory. It was a fiery but peaceful pillage.
Right? But I mean, I should contextualize that, by the way. Big Herc spent fucking years in federal prison. Like, I forget, it was an armed robbery and a murder or something. Like, he was in deep shit and managed to get out of prison.
Oh, we have to start over the whole level?
Oh, man, I thought it was just going to be the boss fight.
Oh, you know better than that.
That is horseshit.
Tio,
bullshit.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Neo is less like Dark Souls and more like Diablo plus Ninja Gaiden. Henry, so the new gun laws in New York were ruled unconstitutional yesterday.
Dude, Bruin, isn't it like fucking 4 straight massive federal court cases that have all cited Bruin and have all overturned some unconstitutional gun law? Gang. Say thank you, Mr. Trump. those court appointments wound up mattering, didn't they?
They sure did. I mean, that's probably the single best thing he did, really.
Yeah.
Do you think it'll go back to SCOTUS?
I definitely think there will be another major gun control case. And I think it'll go even worse than the Bruin case did.
Dude Reviews, hey, quick game recommendation. Ashes 2063. Cool Doom mod. Thank you very much. Christian.
Cool.
Recently found a copy of The Living Shadow on eBay for $30. It arrived in my mail today. Here we go.
Awesome, dude. That's great. That's not easy to find these days. With the Shadow reprints going out of print a year and a half ago, they're selling for crazy prices. Thank God I have a complete collection. I am missing one annual, but that's it. All I'm missing. I have every other Shadow Pulp.
Jake the Snake, which countries do you see rising as major regional powers to replace the Pax Americana? I'm thinking India, South America, some EU countries, and Turkey.
Yeah, that kind of depends. I don't know.
What EU countries, though? I mean,
yeah, like,
I don't see anything going well for the EU, really.
Me either. The way they fuck themselves demographically and in terms of the... Like, I feel like the refugee crisis from a few years ago was kind of the point of no return there.
Emperor Creatine.
I think Poland will be better off than some countries.
Yeah,
For you,
and Hungary.
The day bison graced your village was the most important day of your life. But for me, it was Tuesday.
That is a much better movie than people give it credit for.
Nintendo Wii, how much longer will the US media continue to prop up the fascist puppet Zelensky and as some kind of hero of our democracy before throwing him under the bus?
Yeah, I think it has more to do with how well the war is going. I think when it becomes no longer deniable that Ukraine is on the losing end of this thing, if that occurs. I mean, I'm no fan of Russia, and I feel for the Ukrainian people, so I would prefer that were not the case, but it seems that the wolves are circling, and it does not seem as if militarily they're going to be able to stick it out, but I hope that's not the case.
Russia hasn't been sending in the full weight of their military.
That's the thing.
Obvious.
Yeah, it's not like this is a full court press, and I think that's by design, by the way. They don't want to have to repair too much infrastructure.
I mean, because Russia, outside of the U.S., they're like the only country that has a serious strategic bombing force. Yeah. Like, they have heavy bombers. They could be leveling cities completely if they wanted to right now, but I don't...
Which they're talking about. The militarist wing, which I referenced earlier, of Russia's government has been talking about leveling civilian targets with tactical nukes. Like, this is what they've been pushing for months. Putin, by comparison, believe it or not, is somewhat moderate. I think if it gets to the point where, okay, it's no longer deniable, or the game of brinksmanship goes so far that, God forbid, something really bad happens, somebody actually deploys something nuclear, then I think at that point Zelensky gets thrown under the bus really quick. Because you're going to need a scapegoat at that point if you have to pull out. Because Biden's not going to take the rap again, because look what happened in Afghanistan. He's not going to eat that again. I mean, his approval rating went down to like 30 at that point, and now several times it's been even lower the last several years. Last several months, I think.
Star Commander Dunedain, Son of the West. What the fuck, Terran? No more unauthorized exclusives. Somebody tell that man to refresh. He is way behind.
I totally just damaged myself.
JGJ, TMNT versus Power Rangers.
The live action one?
I guess?
Or you're talking about the comics? I don't give a shit about the IDW crossover comics, to be honest. That's just not something I'm interested in.
Mr. Dick Butt Boss, watched Daredevil episode of She-Hulk. And damn it, I still love seeing Charlie Cox as Dee despite it all.
He's still good as Daredevil. But that version of Daredevil is not Daredevil. Not for shit. Fuck. Ah! Get off the edge of the screen, you little asshole. Thank you. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. What kind of boss fight music is this? It sounds like the music that plays behind a fat guy on the tuba. Ah! What was that? He can pull a Blanca and fucking electrocute you? What? It's all bullshit.
He's Cowabunga shit.
They even test this thing before they released it. Boy, there's a name I've not heard in a while. When was the last time the irate gamer did a thing?
Stan the Milkman, who sabotaged Nord Stream, all very silent. JGJ, there's a pastor in...
Okay, when he pauses to do his little electrical thing right before he throws it, he has to pause in place and we can just shit damage at him.
Okay.
So I think we should, like, maybe try and avoid him until he does that.
Okay.
That's kind of my thought. Right there.
Right there.
Now he's gonna electrocute the shit out of one of us. Okay. Kind of trying to avoid him, maybe jump kick at him a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Right there.
And then run, run, run.
See, you can't. Someone has to eat it. It just follows you.
Yeah, try to avoid him now and just wait for him to charge. No, 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 no. And then run.
See, there's
Yeah,
no
it's
running
guided,
from that.
I guess.
It will find someone. It's like a heat seeker kind of thing.
JGJ, there's a pastor in Arizona, Tempe, who was a live-action turtle and avid martial artist. Has an awesome pro-life ministry that is actually pro-life.
Cool.
Pastor Jeff Durbin. Very cool.
That's awesome.
Rock Jock.
He was a live-action turtle for what? The movies or the coming
knows?
out of our shells thing?
Rock Jock. My siblings and I booked a week-long trip. Oh, we already read that. Big K Movies and Games. Have you guys played any of the 6th Gen TMNT games based on the 03 TV show?
I'm gonna save real quick so we don't have to go through this again.
You did, didn't you? Didn't we stream a great GameCube one?
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
Yes.
Great
And
trilogy.
I like 'em.
And the second and third games featured arcade and Turtles 4. R. Phillips. Bad Dudes versus Dragon Ninja. Better game, sorry. What?
Bad Dudes is a pretty good game. I don't know the other one. Ah. Man, he has so much health. Shit. Ow! God damn it. You just pimp slapped me.
Just hit him with some wood.
Right.
Doomsday Machine. I think debates have small but vital impact on the swing election. Do any of you have intentions of running for office in the future? Hell no.
Nope.
Tactical Hobo is very silent.
I couldn't see myself doing it, probably.
Nice.
Good job.
Did it.
Saint Ajora, Cowabunga motherfuckers as Trump. Godspeed and thanks.
Cowabunga. Motherfuckers. You're gonna get so tired of winning, Mr. President.
Dang it, we saved New York again.
Right?
Shit.
This is the
supposed to
bad.
happen.
This is the bad ending, dude. We made a mistake.
Harley, which is better, the TMNT 2003 or 2012?
Oh,
Cartoon.
2003 by a mile. But 2012 is really good, and you should watch it. Foot Soldier.
Roy Arbor, as self-proclaimed Emperor of Nippon, Hideo Kojima ordered Prime Minister Abe to feed his massive ego or face the wrath of his glorious pipe. Abe said no, thus began the Kojima Civil War.
Right. Did they ever completely nail down who did that and why?
Well, I mean, they got the guy immediately, and they did say that the guy had
a grudge
or some sort of like communist leanings. Hail Razör, Turtle Power. Thank you, Nick.
All right. We done it.
Critical Orc Theory, hobbits are just a clump of cells. So that Shire incident wasn't genocide.
Yeah. Well, orcs have the spark of divinity in them, too.
BW, NYC state of emergency shelters have no space due to illegal immigrant busing. Would you encourage Lake to do the same? Hey, if we get to make it their problem too.
Yes. Look, you're a sanctuary city.
Directed by... And then somebody sneezed on it.
Thank you for your playing.
Metal Ninja, thank you for drawing attention to McConnell pulling funds from Masters. I heard Ben Shapiro earlier blame Trump for that. Now I know his podcast belongs in fiction. Or the children's section.
Ben Shapiro's blaming Trump for it because Ben Shapiro's hypothesis, get this, is that Trump endorsing Blake Masters is not enough, and that for some reason it's not the GOP's duty to fund their own candidates. This is Ben Shapiro's fucking retarded hypothesis, and if you ever take anything he says seriously again, you have no one to blame but yourself. And I hope you tell him this on social media. This fucking gibbering dolt believes it is Donald Trump's responsibility to fund Blake Masters' campaign from his personal fortune. Not the GOP's! No, because that's totally not what they do to every national candidate that is representing their party. So it's okay for the GOP to pull funding because, well, my goodness, Donald Trump should be funding him himself. You fucking... And I actually had one of my fucking viewers talk to me on social media about this. Like, well, why isn't Trump funding him? Because that's the GOP's job, you jackass. The better question is, why did Kevin McCarthy and Mitch McConnell pull funding from a winnable race? One that Mark Kelly is only leading, according to the People's Polling Project, or Public Polling Project, by 1 percentage point. Fuck. Shapiro is such a fucking Con Inc. retard.
The Grizzly, what do you guys think of Michael Bay movies?
Well, they're talking about Ninja Turtles movies. Well, Tactical Hobo?
Honestly, well, I enjoyed some of them. Like The Rock is cool, and I mean...
The Rock is a great movie. Bad Boys?
13 Hours. The sequel. So, have you seen that one?
I like Armageddon. It's a dick cheese movie, but I like it.
Yeah, I mean...
All the early stuff is good. I don't know what the hell happened later on.
Yeah. The Transformers movies are all shit. I don't know why anyone liked those movies.
What has he done since Transformers? I can't even think. I mean,
TMNT.
Well, yeah, he produced those. I don't think he directed them, though. Mm-hmm. But he still was involved.
Some more tournament fighters.
But...
Shamor Duclet. I was looking at how sports gain popularity, and it was weird to realize that mafia tend to fund many sports into popularity. On the right side, if they get distracted with esports, and then it just ends very oddly.
Yeah, it's very strange.
John Casey, am I the only one who remembers going to see Ninja Turtles concert? Being a kid in the 90s ruled.
I never even knew about that until I was an adult. I never even heard about the coming out of the show. I'm sure my parents kept it from me because they knew I would drag them there.
Mitch James, why do the left rant and rave about Israel and Palestine, Russia and Ukraine, but nothing on China attacking Taiwan or the Hindu genocide in Kashmir?
I said since, well, before Trump was president, that the foremost foreign funders of the Democratic Party are China.
Yeah.
They've been funded by China for years. They bought our nuclear secrets in the 90s. Al Gore sold them to them.
Many Democrats are paid and bought for. They just... Sorry, bought and paid for. But, yeah, it's just corruption.
Oh!
Who sold part of the power grid to China? Who was that again?
That would be Mr. Hunter Biden. That would be the Louisiana power grid, by the way. Donald Trump signed an executive order banning China from buying into the American power grid. And week 1 of Biden's presidency, what did he overturn? That executive order. I wonder why. What possible reason could Joe Biden have to overturn that incredibly specific executive order?
Look at this bullshit.
Like, Biden actually made himself look more guilty, or at least he would have if the media bothered to fucking cover it when it happened.
What is he saying? Motherfucker.
Or, it kind of does sound like motherfucker. He said aura crusher.
Oh.
Andrew Van Halen, Ben Shapiro wouldn't care about the browning of America, but God forbid it happened to his precious Israel. Oh my goodness. Don't say such things. Composite Frylock, I could make some Joe Biden you ain't black joke about the live action. Oh my god. Critical Orc Theory, I blame Galadriel for that Keystone Pipeline incident. We saw how she swam in Rings of Power. Stop elf eco-terrorism. Sensei Ryu, I hope you're having fun. Thoughts on the Batman oh, we already talked about that. But thank you for the 5. Mitch James, thoughts on Brett Cooper.
I don't even know what this fucking bitch's moves are. This is the 90s Karai, too. This is the one from the comics. Oh my god, what is that? But sorry, what did you ask?
Thoughts on Brett Cooper.
I don't know who the fuck that is.
Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
Bong Sips, don't forget Putin shook Biden's hand and laughed in his face, then went back to Russia and said he's already won World War III. The dangers of having a limp handshake.
Well, ask JFK.
Why did... After drinking stagnant water, I've been enjoying thin crust ham pineapple pizza.
What the fuck is this?
What caliber do you recommend to remove my brain worms?
What the fuck? That's the boss of the game. That's a broken character. But I don't even know her moves, so whatever. All right.
Let's see.
do.
Game Translator, could you do a video where you rip into Final Fantasy VIII? For some reason, you remind me of someone.
I like Final Fantasy VIII actually a little bit. It's kind of a guilty pleasure. I recognize the massive faults with it, but I don't hate Final Fantasy VIII. It was, however, if I did a rant on Final Fantasy VIII, it would be probably more angry than Spoonies was, to be perfectly honest. That was the first game I ever ranted about in my life, because I got 3 discs into it and found out I had been playing wrong the entire time.
Critical Orc Theory, all I can say about Ben Shapiro is never trust a dwarf.
Ah!
Shamor, my bad, didn't finish. Meant to say, good news, if the Mafia mess up esports, they may leave the other sports alone.
Right.
Peter, at this point, I'd welcome Ferengi overlordship. Dalton, whilst listening to the stream, I'm rewatching Silver Surfer series on mute and trying to make a Cecil mask for Halloween. Thoughts on the SS series? Oh, we love Silver Surfer. Watch the whole thing.
Oh, what the hell? What?
Yeah! Yeah!
Look at this motherfucker.
You remember our buddy? You funky butt loving.
What?
Remember our Chinese buddy?
Did he say that? What?
Remember one time he got so mad he was like, "You funky butt loving."
Oh my god. I don't remember that. That's hilarious.
Round 3.
Funky butt loving.
Funky butt loving.
Mr. Melange, thank you for the 20.
He's a great dude. He needs to come back to Phoenix.
How quickly
he's stuck in fucking Canada.
How quickly do all the blue check marks on Twitter spin Shredder stealing Manhattan as Trump's fault?
All right.
And why is it proof that Dark Brandon is winning? Also, what publishing company put out your Night Vale series?
Well, originally it was Hunter's Books. Then I was unsuccessfully canceled by certain people at the company. So I jumped over to Castalia House. Now I'm over at a sub-publisher of them that handles pulps and comics called Arkhaven. You doing okay over there, Hobo?
I will win.
The Grizzly, thank you for the 20. What are your odds on the Orange Man getting back into the White House in 24? If he manages...
If it keeps going like this, I don't even think it's within the realm of fraud, to be honest. I mean, the most secure election ever.
The next one will be even more secure.
You're right.
If he manages, what kind of time bomb will Biden and the Uniparty leave him to try and stop him from getting things done in his second term?
They are gonna, well, I think before long, you're kind of getting ahead of yourself. I think before that even happens, fucking, how does he belch his fucking bullshit? Ah! I'm a shark, bitch!
Flying shark.
With missile launchers on his shoulders. Oh!
How does he belch his bullshit? I think that's the press secretary's job.
Right? Did
Dipping
you
air.
see that fucking bullshit where she was like, after he asked if an imaginary lady is present, who's fucking dead, the senator who's dead, the fucking press secretary was like, oh, she was just on everyone's mind, that's all. That's all that was. It's like, fucking, what the fuck are you talking about?
Just randomly.
He asked if she was there, bro. The fuck? That bitch has the most thankless job on the planet.
Debonair Nerd, Tears in Rain as Shapiro.
Let's say, theoretically, that I've seen things you wouldn't believe. And then, for the sake of argument, let's say I've seen attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Rome. I've theoretically, and for the sake of argument, watched sea-beams glitter in the dark near the Tannhauser Gate. No! Now, hypothetically, if we're accepting that premise, all of these things will be lost in time, like, let's say, Tears in Rain, just for the sake of argument.
That was pretty damn good.
Really? I've never done a Shapiro impression. That was the first. I popped my Shapiro cherry.
Goothrak the Undying.
Still waiting for him to pop his, though. No, he's got kids.
Did you catch the Dio Dreamers Never Die documentary?
No.
Most Life. I always wanted to be...
Yeah.
I always wanted to be half man, half shark.
Why? No, you bastard! If I could... Oh, I shot my shit!
And he says he highly recommends that documentary, by the way.
No!
PSDO Metal
Yes! You motherless whore! He has missile launchers on his shoulders.
Yeah, that's not a fair fight. Can't go up against missile launchers.
PSDO Metal Mythos win.
One day. I mean, I would like to do a Dio Metal Mythos. Now that I've done the Black Sabbath Mythos, I mean, I think it's more likely that I do a Dio Mythos.
Andrew Van Halen, have you heard of Venom Inc? And do you think it's on the same level as Kronos' version of Venom?
Yeah, it's good. It's just good for different reasons. I've always liked that version. Fuck.
Gunslinger feels like manga has gotten complacent and boring.
Ah! It
Andrew?
depends. It's just like American and Western comics. There's differences. Did you just do a fucking Shoryuken, bitch?
Maybe.
Is that a neutrino?
Yeah!
No!
Eat it!
Andrew, do you think BattleTech could do comic format? Or is it too long to be illustrated?
Yes, I've always said one of the most biggest missed opportunities in BattleTech is they only had one comic book miniseries and it was based on the damn cartoon. With the BattleTech franchise, bro, you could do anything in comic form. Imagine one of those artists who does mechanical shit really well doing a really hyper-detailed version of BattleTech with the full political intrigue and everything. Like, dude, it would be awesome. You could even do it in black and white if you need to, but like, man, it would rule. And for some reason, it's just never happened. It's such a natural for comics, like... What the fuck? You son of a bitch!
Daughter of a bitch.
For Max Smiley, have you seen Cato Institute leader statement recently calling going back to domestic production a white lower class dream of self-importance?
No, I haven't.
Ye old sloth.
I mean, they're pro-free trade. I get that. I get that. The problem, of course, is that our trading partners are... Free trade can only be truly free if your trading partners are abiding by the terms of the contract. China, as a trading partner, are not abiding by that contract. They are undermining us. They're not respecting our IP laws. In other words, if we had a trading contract with China, China would be violating it with impunity, and we'd be fucking parting our sandalwood-scented asshole and begging them not to jam in too hard. Like, that's literally what we'd be doing. So the guy from the Cato Institute is a fucking tool. That's retarded. It absolves China of culpability in their own bullshit. Ooh, look at that drop kick! Ow. How do I... He does like a power bomb, right? And I don't know how you do it.
Ye old sloth, what are your thoughts on the Weird Al movie?
I don't know what it is.
I think like a Weird Al documentary or
People
something.
like Weird Al, and that's the weirdest thing about him to me. I don't like him at all. I don't think he's funny. I've never liked Weird Al. It just is what it is. I mean, when I was a little kid, some of his stuff was vaguely funny, but I was fucking 10.
Matthew Pickard, thank you for the 20. If you were being shot at, you shoot back, hitting an innocent...
Oh, God, sorry. I have a story about Weird Al. I totally forgot about this. You guys remember the song The Night Santa Went Crazy by fucking Weird Al?
I don't know if I've heard that one.
I remember hearing that from one of my friends had the CD and played it for me. And I was a little kid, right? We're both in like 5th grade or something. And the song opens, I remember vividly, with it. Of course, Weird Al's Jewish, I believe. So he opens up with kind of Jewish humor. He's like, it's everyone, the tree had beneath it lots of toys for the good Gentile girls and the good Gentile boys, right? Something like that. And I just remember that line, right? So I had another friend whose mom was a super fucking lib. She had come from Colombia and was still converting from communism. You know what I mean? Super leftist. And socially very, very left-wing. And I remember singing that line from that song in the car and her looking at me like I had turds hanging out of my mouth because she didn't realize it was a Weird Al Yankovic song that I was singing, and she thought that I was like asserting the superiority of Gentiles or something. It was the funniest shit. She got visibly angry. It was fucking funny. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, what was that?
Matthew Pickard.
Bullshit.
If you are being shot at, you shoot back, hitting an innocent accidentally. Are you at fault, or is the instigator?
Ah! What the fuck? You son of a bitch. And I can't do the flippy thing to back away. You little shit. No! You drop kick!
Piece Cowabunga shit.
I like how Rat King is just Arnold Schwarzenegger in this. Literally has a German accent. What is... I don't know what his power bomb is. I want to learn what his power bomb is.
I'll repeat this. If you were being shot at, you shoot back, hitting an innocent accidentally. Are you at fault, or is the instigator?
Round 1. Fight.
In self-defense? I mean, you're at fault, certainly, for not being adequately trained enough to check your aim, but the fault for the incident... I don't think you're guilty of murder. I think it's, like, unintentional homicide or something like that. It would not be... You would not get a murder charge, let's put it that way, or at least you shouldn't. We're talking theoretically now, in my opinion, right?
I think there's been cases like that.
Yeah,
but
of course there have.
Yeah, and usually it seems like they get manslaughter or negligent homicide.
This is one of the reasons that training is so important, because the more you train, the more the muscle memory sets in. Because the first thing to go when fight or flight hits you is fine motor control. Fuck! So the more you can train, the less likely some shit like that is going to happen. You're actually going to revert to your training instead of just panicking and hitting the trigger and right? How do I...
Filipino white boy, speaking of China, the UN Human Rights Council just voted to not investigate their genocide happening in Xinjiang.
Of course.
A useless organization if there ever was one.
Oh,
you think
Suplex.
we'll ever dissolve it?
Dissolve what?
Their Human Rights Council.
Well, China's
9/11.
funding it. This is the problem with investigating the same guy who's funding the body. This is kind of the issue.
Round 3. Fight.
Scarfy the Strange, are you going to play Glory Hammer when playing Deep Rock Galactic?
Damn it, he's so good.
Well, he's a boss character. He's fucking brutal.
Yeah.
Guilty Gearhead.
Hold on. What are his moves? What is his fucking power bomb?
Mayoral election coming up, but it's mail-in ballots only. The excuse? The coof. Even though we just voted in person for the premiere a few months ago. Should I even bother?
They're still using the coof.
Oh my god.
Where the hell is this at?
Yeah, where is this? It's a premiere, so I think somewhere in Europe.
Oh, is that what he said? Premiere? And what a convenient excuse the coof is. I mean, you could just use that forever, right? Because it's always going to be around.
The streak is broken.
Holy shit,
Tactical
actually
Hobo
won.
emerges victorious. The king is dead.
Quick, everyone, distract him with more questions.
Frank, do the Turtles ever cross over with The Shadow,
No.
Conan,
No.
Alien, or Predator?
Maybe? No, I don't think so.
Or Mech Warrior, and that's a definite no.
Stop it. Or would they have a turtle bot?
And what is your favorite crossover?
My favorite crossover... here is probably the Daredevil Batman crossover, the one with Scarecrow in it, with Eduardo Barreto, a shadow artist actually, doing the art. Not the best story, but the art and everything really kind of sells it for me.
Johnny D, were you ever a fan of Bucky O'Hare?
I'm not really familiar with it.
Are you? Aura, piece of crap. What the hell?
Or identity protection.
What? There's like no defense against that. What the hell? You can't even block it.
Spam harder, boy!
Ting Ting, thank you for the 5. I'm not going to read that, though.
Run for your life. I'm still alive somehow. Oh, okay, not anymore.
Raylan Givens. I read that one. No, I didn't, actually. Since we're bragging about leather-bound editions, I have a leather-bound collection of 4 Raymond Chandler novels. Got it for a steal, too.
As long as we're bragging about leather-bound editions, after the 3rd Night Vale book comes out, we're going to have a nice leather-bound slipcase edition that collects all 3, with new artwork and new maps and all kinds of fun shit. Because my publisher actually they actually own a leather bindery.
Die, son of a bitch! Die!
You sound like Yoda.
Die you will, motherfucker, yes!
My hole, slimy! My home this is!
Mine!
Round 3. Fight.
Alright, can you let him have it?
How you get so big eating food of this kind? No! There we go.
Control, you must learn control.
Your cave. Remember your failure at the cave.
Now look what we got started.
Nick Connor. Not a villain song, but Mulan's Make a Man Out of You is a great Disney song. Doesn't matter if someone starts singing, everybody starts joining in.
The Chinese Jackie Chan version is the best. Have you ever watched the Jackie Chan version?
No.
It's a whole music video of it. Jackie Chan himself sings the song. It's great.
The Grizzly. I have a leather-bound first collector's edition of Lord of the Rings from 1960. It's the crown jewel of my library.
I need to get the slipcase re-release versions of the Elric books. They are fucking gorgeous. They're fully illustrated. I need those. They go for an arm and a leg on eBay, though.
Critical Orc Theory. You'd go crazy, too, if you lived with that many elves with their Efal, the elf's bathtub juice. What the fuck are you talking about? Joe, thoughts on Greta Thunberg announcing she is starting an OnlyFans to raise money for climate charities?
Are you serious?
It has to be fake.
I hope not.
Oh, yes!
Sir Ubisoft.
When I left you, I was but a learner. Now I am the master.
Cuphead Show didn't get slathered with the whole woke sauce.
Ah! Did you just get perfected? Yes!
He's cheating. I saw him enter a cheat code.
Oh my god.
There is no cow level.
There's no cow level.
Cuphead Show didn't get slathered with the woke sauce.
Which is weird because I think the devs are kind of...
But Netflix will soon be sponsored by Raid Shadow
Right.
Legends. Justin, in World War I, American soldiers were called doughboys because their uniform buttons looked like flour dumplings. In World War III, American soldiers will be called doughboys because everyone is so goddamn fat.
Yeah, right? No, that would be assuming their gender. It's funny, I was listening to a Nick DiPaolo album from like the 90s the other day, and he was talking about the army. and he's talking about he's talking about women entering the military. He's like, why do I oppose women in the military? Oh, I don't know. I've seen them throw a baseball. I'd hate for half a unit to be wiped out because fucking Margaret couldn't throw the grenade far enough. Oh shit, she blew up the whole unit. Give it to the gay guy. It's quite a military they're putting together there. That was from the 90s, dude. He fucking predicted the future.
Ice Physics Gaming, did you watch the new Mario Brothers movie trailer?
Oh no, I heard about Chris Pratt as Mario and not even doing an Italian accent. What the hell is that? Anybody?
You have upset the cat.
Cat does not approve. That was close.
Brazen Bran. Hole?
Oh my god, it was. I had like a sliver of health.
Hole? Slimy? My pussy this is.
Right.
Then read that.
We're 900 years old. You read. Look as good. You will not.
Alright.
We might be caught up on the super chats.
Oh shit, octopus.
Oh great, he's gonna
Octopussy.
twerk on me here. Look at that. Butt munch.
Smushed your face with my ass.
Oh god. It's in my raccoon wounds.
Again?
Oh, she's such a cheap bitch.
Why don't you try a different version of Tournament
Right,
Fighters?
we should try a different version actually.
We could try
Just
the
for the
original
sake of
Nintendo
variety.
version.
Wow, there's jiggle physics.
Let's
on
try
her.
the original Nintendo version.
Are
of
you
this.
seeing the jiggle physics on her?
Bouncy bouncy?
I know. What the fuck? This is for kids.
I mean, are you new to video games?
Right? No, no shit. Oh.
Smiley, thank you for the 20.
Oh shit.
A friend and I were making a miniature war game, and I was wondering if you'd have any advice for rules. We have basic concepts for 10 factions. Lore, movement, rules, and combat
Wise
rules.
man say forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price for late fees.
Yes! Man, I was waiting on that one, dude. That is glory. Dude, the freaking super chats have been so on point tonight.
No! Wait.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, what the fuck? From perfect to a loss.
I don't know how I survived
The
that.
tournament fighters giveth, and the tournament fighters taketh away.
Wake up, uppercut.
Round 3. Fight.
Yup! Yup! You
like-
can't defeat the twerk.
It's like, what were they thinking?
Yeah!
Skankor. Get the hell
Oh,
out of here.
fuck. Holy God. Holy God. Holy shit.
No! Not the butt.
The flying ass. No!
Oh
Holy
my god.
shit!
Oh my god. Oh shit! Damn it!
It was closer than it should have been.
The asshole attack.
You're literally an asshole.
Literally.
So a friend and I are making miniature war game. Do you have any basic advice for rules?
Try to cut down on sheets. Too much sheet. That's the big drawback of BattleTech is fucking around with those sheets.
You were gonna do a different version.
Oh yeah.
The original Nintendo version.
Oh my
We
god.
should do it.
Wiggles, I just finished a lot of research, and now I'm definitely say who blew up the Nord Stream. It was a real curveball. You would never have guessed, but it was. Hold
Frank
on, there's
Stella.
someone at my door.
No, right. You guessed it, Frank Stallone.
Yep. Let's check the streamer.
Ooh, labs.
We've been trying to get in touch with you about your extended warranty.
Where did I leave off over here? Oh, let me bring up chat.
93. This was regular Nintendo. Original Nintendo.
Yep.
Like pretty
Ooh, Shredder.
late in the game for that system, I think. Hey. All right.
Cicero's distracting him.
Cicero, go over there.
This game is not good. It's weird. It's like everyone's got one special move, if I remember correctly.
Oh, Lord.
You have a punch, you have a kick, and then you have, like, one special move. And they don't tell you what your special move is.
Wow. There's only so much you can do with an 8-bit system.
I know. But it was cool that they actually tried a fighting game on Nintendo.
Yeah.
Can I get that? What is that? Is that anything? Is that Mothra? What just happened?
Oh.
Is that a special?
Looks like it.
Huh, huh, huh. And there's a crowd. There were crowd noises, dude.
Hey, there's that statue again.
I know.
Here we go. Gaming Newfie. My favorite Street Fighter movie line was from M. Bison. For I beheld Satan as he fell from heaven, like lightning.
What? You can throw on here, I guess.
I guess.
Rest in peace, Raul Julia.
I know. His
Oh.
last movie.
We should play Street Fighter. I might actually give you a challenge at that.
Street Fighter, the game of the movie. Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
Who's your favorite
Whoa.
TMNT villain and why? Asks the Grizzly.
Holy crap. Buh. Huh, huh, huh.
Who's that Triceratops guy? He was kind of cool.
Yeah,
The
there's a
Triceraton General? I forget his
There is
name.
a Triceraton in this game.
And who was your favorite villain?
In what?
TMNT. Just overall. I always liked Krang.
Oh, wait.
Rocksteady. I like Rocksteady. He's a rhinoceros. Oh shit! I did versus CPU, didn't I?
Oh, yeah.
That's my fault. I'll back out.
Yeah,
Paul-
this game is a bit rough around the edges, but
Paul
yeah. I mean,
Denton, my cat, got arrested for money laundering.
wait, can I join as a challenger? A new challenger enters.
Medieval syphilis. Not a Catholic myself, but can you elaborate on why Jesuits are commies?
Because they're commies. That's what they are.
And do you have the same thoughts on orthodoxy?
No. The Jesuits are renowned for being wrapped up in communism and socialism. It's very much a, well, we advocate giving to the poor, so therefore there should be government coercion involved. And to that end, we will cover for revolutionaries and hide communist literature in our rectory. But enough about Pope Francis. Ugh.
Stealth Creations, as banks renege on Musk buyout, he's expressed a willingness to self-fund and to go further, would team up with Rumble. Maybe this suggests he'd bolster further MAGA payment processing.
I don't know. Alternate payment processors are inevitable.
It's the future.
I I do not know what my special move is or how you activate it.
Gaming Newfie, thank you for the 20. Since you guys are on a Konami kick tonight, I need to ask.
What?
Did you guys ever play the game Sunset Riders?
Oh no! What? Look at that!
A little bit. What the fuck? They had it at Filiberto's.
It's a side-scrolling Western co-op shooter on the SNES. It's very fun.
Yeah.
Jack the Outcast just got my copy of Castlevania Anniversary Collection. Enjoying it so far. Only gripe is that it doesn't have Castlevania Legends on the Game Boy. Godspeed, Jets.
Man, I do not know if there's any special moves or how to do them.
Mercenary X saw TMNT in the movie theaters back in the 80s.
So did I. Well, not in the 80s because it came out in 1990, but I did. It was the first movie I ever saw in theaters, I believe.
Maybe he just misspoke.
Well, I might have seen... That's not true. I might have seen The Little Mermaid in theaters as like a little poop butt kid. Maybe.
Saw it with my whole family. We wanted to see it at noon. Sold out. Forced to watch at 7 p.m. showing. Old single theater. Mercenary X again. Before it got discontinued on Amazon, I got Black Cauldron on Blu-ray.
I know.
And Robin Hood. Still need both Rescuers movies.
What is happening?
Because I never saw the original.
I'm shitting fire.
And I need to
problem
find
with that?
Oliver and Company.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! What even is Oliver and Company? I remember Oliver and Company being advertised hardcore back in the day. Aww. Look at him dance!
I ran out the clock.
Sideburns, why didn't Darth Vader team up with the Nazis? They wouldn't join the dark side?
Huh? Oh, I see what you did there.
Oh, yeah. You guys ever seen the epic...
That's a different Star Wars.
Actually, you guys ever seen the epic rap battle of Hitler versus Darth Vader?
I think I did a long time ago.
It's actually pretty funny.
Lampshade played Konami's Simpsons arcade long time ago. Fortunate enough for my brother and I,
that game is so great.
got the digital version on PS3 before it was pulled. Yeah, it's amazing. It's one of my favorite beat-em-ups.
It's great.
Alexander Ferris, I watched the latest Evil Dead. It sucked. The hero did not want to kill anyone to reverse the curse. What Evil Dead is this? The series? Not the game.
Right. The series, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. Mr. Reese, great stream, guys. Pizza is on me.
Oh, man, we should have gotten pizza.
Why didn't we? Fuck.
We did this all wrong.
David NS84, if you are not the most comfortable with starting something like a YouTube channel or a podcast, what are your thoughts on creating a presence to get visibility for your work?
I just talked about that earlier. Like, that's a formula that works. Absolutely. Did I do CPU again? I'm sorry.
Why does it make you select that every time? It's kind of ridiculous.
It is annoying.
Dalton.
I'm gonna have to quit anyway.
Rip the Warriors of Rue. Sorry, Warriors of Virtue.
I love the Warriors of Virtue. I saw that in theaters, bitch. I love that movie. I don't care how many hacky YouTube channels. What? Dude!
No, I was... It looked like you were gonna select the wrong one.
You son of a bitch.
I was trying to fix it.
I was trying to fix it. I trusted him.
Alexander Ferris, the movie.
Let's try the Sega Genesis version.
You talking about the 2016 movie? Or was that 2014?
What?
I remember that movie.
What movie?
A lot of people died. The last...
Wise man say, forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price for late pizza.
The latest Evil Dead movie, the remake. No, that was 2012. Fuck, that was a long time ago.
What is that? Syphilis? What?
Sisyphus.
Oh,
what the fuck?
There's a
Krang,
bunch of different
Karai, and Triceraton.
April's in here.
Triceraton's in here. Yeah, you can see that she was supposed to be Asuka. See, she's wearing like the same outfit.
Yeah. Oh, this is quite a bit different.
Very different, and it's not as good.
Emperor Creatine. Say, Razor, if the value of the dollar isn't tied to anything and the government can just manipulate its value and eternally print money whenever it needs it, why are we still paying taxes?
That's a good question. Don't ask it at an audit.
Because they automatically take it out of your check. In
Name-
some cases.
Because even though income tax was declared as illegal twice, Woodrow Wilson, with a little help from Teddy Roosevelt, went ahead and pushed it through anyway. Because it was the progressive era. And by gum, we're going to progress no matter what the Constitution says. Thank Teddy for that one, guys. Wow, it's 1 of 3. What a weird game.
Yeah.
Name not found. Cyberpunk is good. Lol.
Totally different. Engine's totally different than the other one.
That's about the level of critical credulity I've come to expect from the Cyberpunk fan base.
Filipino
It's
white
certainly
boy.
about all you get from the YouTube channels that are talking about its air quotes comeback.
Hey,
Hey,
Hobo.
a really hollow RPG that has no RPG in it. That's basically just a first-person Grand Theft Auto, but not as good. Like, fucking... Aren't you guys shitting on Saints Row for the same shit right now?
I don't know how to do anything else other than that.
Filipino white boy. Hey, Hobo. You're a fan of RTS games. Did you ever play Star Wars Empire at War? Is it any good?
He did.
Yeah, that one's pretty fun. I actually like the... Well, you can do, like, space battles or you can do ground battles. And I like the space battles better in the game. Because the ground battles, like, the base building is really limited. So I think the space battles are, like, better. But they're pretty cool.
Alexander Ferris. Yeah, it sucked. See, somebody's on your side.
Oh my, there's the Cowabunga.
Mercenary X, you need to look into some of the documentation of the 1871 Organic Act. All of our problems stem from that. Leads to the 1913 Federal Reserve Act and IRS.
Suplex by April.
Be careful what you wish for, Razor. That nuclear war thing may actually come true. I'm hoping
Be
it's
careful
fake,
what
though.
when did you hear me wish for a nuclear war? When the hell did that happen?
Mr. Lemurman Komodo from Warriors of Virtue is one of the coolest villains ever.
Oh!
Not so powerful without your Super Nintendo.
And Hardcore Bunny, good morning, Razor crew. I just want to advocate.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's an instant replay. That's
Watch
cool.
him get pwned again here.
Want to advocate Steel Rising from Spiders. It's a well-made game. Is being falsely labeled Soulsborne. It's Metroidvania. Try it before you condemn.
It doesn't look good. I've watched some gameplay. I mean, the art style looks gorgeous, but it looks like a bit of a disappointment from a gameplay standpoint. Oh my god.
Ray Filet.
And last one from the Grizzly. What's worse, having something you enjoy ruined by wokeness, or having a bunch of SJWs cancel something good because it doesn't go with their agenda?
Whoa, what the fuck?
So, ruined or canceled?
I mean, usually they go arm in arm. You cancel first, and then you ruin it.
Well, I mean, but which is worse? To have it just disappear or get ruined?
Ruined, I would say.
That's fair.
Like, I play a lot less Thief now that Thief 4 came out. Just straight up. That game put such a bad taste in my mouth, it made me play less Thief games. And that can happen, man. Like, fucking, look at what happened with Battletech. I haven't played a lot of Battletech since all that drama went down. It just left such a bad taste in my mouth, it made me not want to support them.
Hell.
Granted, the fans define Battletech. I get that completely.
Oh my god.
And the fans are... They just want to have giant robot battles. Look at him!
doing some like Sonic the
I
Hedgehog
know he's doing
shit.
like a Celine Dion. Like
That's a shame. He just gets Triceraton. He doesn't get a
I
name.
know. He doesn't even get a name.
We've only got 2 more here. Draco,
Ow.
how do you feel about post-grunge 2000s metal band bringing traditional metal sounds back to wider audiences, like Trivium or Bullet for My Valentine?
I mean, I think that was naturally happening anyway because audiences were just getting turned off to the more sanitized radio rock of the period. So more of those bands like Avenged Sevenfold and shit started adding longer guitar solos and starting to get a little more traditional metal, right? And I think that just came down to the fact that their brand of music had lost credibility, right? So they borrowed some of metal's.
This guy is really weird.
I know.
Look at that shit.
You're a fucking beetle. You look like a Mega Man boss, actually.
What is he doing?
What the fuck? What am I doing?
That's like the only thing I can figure out how to do is that.
It's like the Chun-Li kick.
It's like the E-Honda karate chop.
Ooh, boy.
I know.
Dalton, honestly love the animatronics of WOV.
No! Of what?
WOV.
I don't know what that is. One of the last big animatronics projects was Farscape, and they look good in that.
And who can forget dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs was awesome. There was another show. You remember Aliens in the Family? They almost, when Dinosaurs was successful, they went to do another animatronic show. But they tried to mix it with a sitcom, and it was like an addition to the TGIF lineup for 1.5 minutes, and then it got canceled.
Huh.
Fucking Aliens in the Family. It is some weird shit, dude.
Thunder Biome, thank you for subbing for 12 months. Animate Acumen, thank you for subbing for 31 months. Libertas Liber, thank you for subbing for 4 months. Angry Salt Shaker, thank you for the 300 bits. Razor, will there be a Mythos breaking down the major categories of metal? Or do you have a recommendation to the same?
Yeah, that might be worth doing at some point, like for a Mythos special or something. Man, I do not. She doesn't have any moves. Oh, there we go.
Tio,
That didn't do shit.
Chrome Dome is OP. And thank you for the 20 bits.
What?
MC Corleone missed the stream to see Accept in San Juan Capistrano.
Oh, nice.
Oh, no.
Accept are still great live.
And that was the last one.
Okay, guys.
Oh, Warriors of Virtue. That's what he meant. The animatronics.
All right, folks. Well, thank you all for joining us here on this fucking radical, tubular, bitchin', bossa nova, RazörFist arcade stream for Tactical Hobo and Terran Gell. I am RazörFist God fucking Speed.